Good Sunday morning. It feels good to go to bed early, get up early. I've been up since 7:30. And it's almost 10. I got a lot of work done for the station, all taken care of. I should just say, I got a lot of work for station. I hate that. 20, 30 years ago, you could put the word "the" in front of anything. Now it's been removed. Like, you can't say the car, the park. It's got to be at park. Meet me at park. Meet me tonight at theater. At the movie theater? At the theater. At the... Anyway. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, it's not a nice day here. I don't know if that's a mosquito or something flying in the house. Red alert. Orange alert. But let me just get this down. Today is one of those weird days where everything is pre-recorded. I don't have any live shows, so I can concentrate on other work-related issues. Which, one of them I just did. Got it ready to go. Let me get the game off the screen for a second. John Burroughs and I. We'll get into that in a second. Today, mostly cloudy, drenching thunderstorms. I was thinking of going bike riding, but it is just nasty. We have a heat advisory. We have an air quality alert because the smoke from Canada, the fires, is coming down this way. You could smell it in the air. It's pathetic. It's truly pathetic. Plus, there's a chance of rain on and off throughout the day. So I said, I went bike riding yesterday 40 miles. I'm not doing it again. Why? Because I'm not wearing a mask. That's not happening. It's not like I'm going to ride my bike wearing a mask because there's an air quality alert with the smoke. I could smell it right now inside the house. It's ridiculous. I don't know if it's here, if they have it as an advisory. It was issued. Oh, there it is. Air quality alert. Canada. And it's here. And it's also in Dutchess, maybe parts of Connecticut. It's got the whole New York, even the city. Long Island. Oh yeah, it's right here. That's the boroughs. That's Long Island, Westchester, Rockland, Orange, Putnam. Yes. It's not saying what the result is of it. About the smoke. But that's what's been doing it, the smoke. Fine particles, particulates. I could smell it in this house. It's ridiculous. I'm trying to smell my coffee instead. Oh, there's a lot of rain up north. Not here. Not yet, but the thunderstorms might develop during the day. Because I'm right about here by the Hudson. Right about there. Very close to the Hudson. I would say, oh, well, no, I'm more like right there somewhere. Anyway. This is an hourly. Oh, yeah, you could see them developing. These are going to go south. These are going to trend south. This is what I got to watch up here, coming down. But this isn't only an hour loop. Let me check weather.com. Let me check their radar. Because it could get ugly. Later. Okay, let's see. This is a few hours model. The ones to the northwest are the ones I'm watching. Yep, that's what I gotta watch. That's what I thought. What develops here, because they're heading southeast. So this is what I need to watch for later. And there's a bunch popping up on the future model. But I don't trust that. I'm just saying. It's something to watch. Windy. Here's Windy's radar. They're popping up. And then tomorrow and Tuesday is going to be ridiculously hot. Then we're supposed to get a cool down. I think. Because I was looking at the models before I came on. So right now, you could see all that nastiness. Moisture coming into here. There's probably a low up to the north. Oh, I zoomed out too much. Wow. It's all driving upward. That's bizarre. There's a weak low here, but it's not. I mean, it could be part of the influence. It's just a mess. There's a weak low here. Let me check the rest of the country. Looks like a high pressure in right here. This is the Euro model. Yep, the high pressure is just sitting right there in the Gulf. Just widening it out to see if there's any activity in the Atlantic. Wow, that high is just sitting there. Tuesday. And now it's going inland. Pretty quiet map. Definitely. Which is good. Cooler air for us. I want to zoom in on me. Oh yeah, look at that cool air coming down from Canada. Wow, that's Thursday 2 p.m. and it's in the low 70s here. That's beautiful. I'll take it. Look at that. Friday's going to be 75. The winds continue to come down. Still coming down next weekend. Oh, we got a prolonged cool mass coming. 61 at 1 o'clock in Albany. 62 by me, Poughkeepsie. Wow, at 1 o'clock. That's great bike riding weather. Holy. It's going to get chilly. Sunday the same. No. Yeah, Monday 66 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Wow, this is shocking. That's almost 20 degrees below normal. That's unbelievable. I'll take it though. We need a break. We need a break. We're definitely going to get into the cooler air. There's a low pressure. Oh, it's still going to stay kind of cool for, at least a week. And now it's going to start shifting a little, but still. Even here, look at the cool air throughout the country. Look at that. I'm sure a lot of people are going to enjoy this. What's up, Nick? Look at the cool air dipping. What the hell was that? Cool air dipping south. That's a big pocket of cool air. I got to go back in a little now. Okay, so it's here. 97, but what? But 55? No, 95. I was going to say that's wrong. Now let's see where this cool air mass comes down. Wow, it's still really hot in the midsection. Here it comes. Here it comes. There it is. 80s, 70s, 80s, 70s. Look at that. In the 70s. That's 9 a.m. though. It's next week. 1 p.m. 70s. Even in Texas. Over here, it's going to be in the 60s. There's a big, cool mass coming. Wow. That's at 12 noon. Let me go Sunday next week. Low 70s. 60s in Carolinas. Even 70s in northern Florida. The cool down is coming. Relief is on the way. Look at those temperatures. Wow. Let me go a little further. Tuesday, let's go 2 p.m. Nice and cool. Am I seeing that right? 48, but that's in the elevation. Denver 64, even cool out there. Wow, this thing is going to extend. Look, now we're going to start getting more westerlies. That could warm it up. Oh, but there it is again. Cool pocket of air dropping down. Look at these beautiful temperatures. To me, that's beautiful. Some people might think that's cold. I love it. 70s, bring it every day. It's going to be 90. What's the heat advisory tomorrow? So the country's going to cool down. Majority of the country. Central East. And nothing going on. We've got to watch this. Mid-August, this could pick up. The Atlantic hurricane season. Mid-August. Something to keep, just to think about. Not saying it's going to happen, but it's something to keep an eye out. There's a low pressure here. There's the low. I seen that right away. My eye spots it right away. This might curve out though. Because look at the wind, the current. I don't think it's going to go this way. It looks like it's going to curve up. Ooh, that one's going to have to be watched. It's 2 weeks away. The model, I'm thinking this one's going to curve out, but this is a mess. But there's like a developing here. This gets swept right in. It'll push it downward and stream it down this way. Be watched. But it's too. The American I don't trust at all. Is saying it doesn't even show anything there. It's not showing anything. So let's look. Reliable. American Euro showing in the. Let's see what it says for 2. Yeah, that's it. So let's, by the end of the week, if it shows here. Now let's right now anywhere in the country there is a threat it's like from North Carolina. Oh, you saw the video, Nick? From North Carolina, it extends all the way up, not to here. New York City, maybe. Definitely PA. Through Maryland, D.C. All right, so this is where it's only 5%. And there's another big, this 15%. So there's a high Minnesota, Duluth, East, Wisconsin. This area too has here yellow. That's 15%. And then today in there. But there's no actives on the screen, so that's so Alexa, what's the temperature for tomorrow?
Tomorrow's high will be 92 degrees with a low of 68. There's a slight chance of rain during the day.
Alexa, what's the dew point for tomorrow?
Tomorrow's dew point will range from 67 to 72 degrees.
Horrible. Humid. Alexa, what's the real field temperature for tomorrow?
The real field temperature tomorrow will be between 71 and 97 degrees.
97. 71's overnight, morning. 97 tomorrow with the humidity. That's yucky. So we have a heat advisory for Monday and Tuesday. And we have an air quality alert all day today because of the smoke from Canada. It was like that yesterday. I went bike riding yesterday. It was beautiful. Beautiful day. When I got home, I went to Home Depot because I have another project next door. It's a pretty big one. But he takes care of me. And I went to Walmart. When I got out of Walmart, I was like, where's all these clouds? And then it had a color to it, like an orangey color. And I said, wait a minute, that's smoke. And then all you got to do is do the sniff test. Because it smells like, I think it was Genghis Khan yesterday in chat said it. It smells like wet, burnt wood. That's what it smells like. Like, you know, when you put out a fire, you might put water on it. And that smell that comes off, that's what it smells like. It's just nasty. I could smell in the house. I actually have the Airwicks plugins in the house just to try to take away that smell because it's brutal. Airwick. And I am now down to, what was it? Wait a minute. I'm going to do the scale. Oh yeah, this is real. This isn't phony. Fake news. What? Oh, because I'm fully dressed. Let me see. 178.4. Quick. 178.4. Can you see it? You can't see it. You can't see it. I went clear. 178.4, and I'm fully dressed. That's with clothing. That's great. That's what it does. That's why I'm not streaming Holly no more. Because I'm exercising, resting, and working. That's my thing now. Exercise, of course, diet. Exercise, diet, rest, work. Oh, you're going to the Giants game today. That's beautiful. What time is it? Jesus Christ, it's 7:11. Nick, what time are you leaving to go to the game? Oh, I'm definitely slimmer. I'm on a mission. I'm telling you. I'm on a freaking mission. This is not a joke. This is more than ever. I am more determined than ever That's why you won't see me streaming. KJ, what's up? What's up, Witch Moon? What's going on? I just popped up YouTube, so I'm seeing it for the first time now. I forgot to do it. Hold on. Witch Moon, where the heck have you been? It's been horrible here. It's around 45 to 60 degrees. I like the cold. I like it. I had a house in Florida. I said, hell no, I'm going back to New York. Rented it for a while, then sold it. Hell no. Now, don't get me wrong. Florida is amazing. December, January, February, even November, where the temperatures are just amazing. But it's those summer months are grueling. I'm telling you, it's, and it's long. Like I said, there's a few months in Florida that is just awesome, perfect, beautiful, lower humidity, the temperatures, even at night it can go into the 30s when I was in Orlando. But to deal with that shit every day for the summer, and you go out, you don't want to even be outside. And the thing that my family, because I have a lot of family there, oh, you get used to it. No, you get used to it. I am not. This sucks. Can't skywatch. It's always hazy. The majority of the time, Central Florida, hazy. You don't see the sky. It's ridiculous. I'm telling you, I would go out at like 1, 2, and when you go out, you don't see nobody. Like in my neighborhood, I lived in a subdivision. So you drive in, you got to make a U-turn to get out. That's where my house was, in a subdivision. It was a new house, built new. And you didn't see nobody outside. It was like a ghost town. Everywhere you drove, nobody. Malls, the parks, beaches. That's where. Shopping, indoors, AC. Shit is horrible. You can't do nothing outdoors. I went bike riding. I could actually show you how to ride from my aunt's house. I rode the bike to my house. And, man, the gators were right there. Sometimes I'd see the gators like, no, hell no. But it was sloped. The gators stayed below the water. It sloped up. The trail was to ride the bike. It wasn't like level. But there were points where it did come down and you're kind of like, oh shit, if there's an alligator lying in the grass, that sucker. I mean, there were, and then the snakes. When I'm going into the car, because I had a 2-car garage, but still, sometimes I would just park the car right in front of the garage. And they're right there in the shade, like, what? I had a canal in my backyard. I've seen alligator, like, come up and poke out of the water and then, hell no. And at that time, and I never did build it, there was no fencing from my backyard to the water. So they could come right up to the deck. Here we go.
Okay.
Mom has entered the room. You see how tan I'm getting too? Just let me know when you leave so I can shut this light. Because it's super annoying.
Oh.
What?
Who was the guy that told his mother fuck you?
I was.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, when the same person tells me the same and threatens. I am live right now. I am live right now, okay? Goodbye. See you. Alexa, shut off the light.
Done.
See, what she just said, because we had an argument this morning, as you can tell, over the keys. I made a mistake and left my keys over there last night. This morning, where's my keys? These keys must stay near me at all times. She already lost a set. This will not happen again. So there was an argument. So she says she speaks foul out of her mouth. If you can speak foul to me, I'm going to speak foul to you. Yeah, I know. She's listening. She's listening right now. Respect works both ways. I don't care if it's my mother, my sister. I don't care who it is. I don't play that. If somebody shows me disrespect, regardless of who it is, game on. I'm not. If you're gonna show me disrespect, I'm gonna show you disrespect right back. I don't tolerate it. I don't play that. I don't care. You come at me twisted, I'm coming right back at you twisted. Bring it. Let's go. Anyway, I digress. Anyway, what time are you going to the game, Nick? What time do you leave your house? I don't want to say how. Don't tell me how far you are away from the stadium. San Francisco Giants. That just gives everybody else a hint. Cali Nick is going to see the Yankees. They better not. I don't for as a freaking loss. If you have to, don't do anything rash or stupid. Another thing too is, the stream is freezing a lot. I wonder why. Oh, something just happened. It just refreshed. It wasn't me. It could be OBS.
What's Tycho?
It could be OBS. So, I'll say it again. It's too bad if Yankee fans want to hear this or not. Refresh, Nick. 1. That late? What is it, a night game? Refresh. I saw it too. It was OBS. I saw all the streams freezing and locking. I noticed that too. It did that yesterday too. It's weird. I don't know why. OBS has been acting weird. I'm going to check out this one. Now that you got my attention on it. Yeah, that one's fine. YouTube like it's running fine. Twitch looks like it's running back again. Let me look at Rumble. I'm not even going to look at Facebook. Yeah, everything's fine now. Oh, the game is at 4. Anyway, back to the Yankees. Do not give up the farm. Don't make any stupid moves. Swallow the loss of a season. I would rather they swallow a loss of a season and think about next year when they get Cole back. They have Heel healthy. Freed. You get rid of Stroman. Now, if they're able to pick up a top-notch starter in a trade that has an extension in his contract, not a one-year thing, that you have him for next year or maybe next 2 years, make the move. Otherwise, don't do it. Don't do it. Swallow the loss of a season. Think of next year. Next year, you have a great shot with healthy pitching. And they need work in that bullpen. So they have a lot of issues going on. It's not an easy fix. Like I said, as a Yankees fan, swallow the loss of the season and think about next year. That's what I would be doing. And it's about time Boone has to go. Boone needs to be fired. They need a better manager. They just do. That's just me, though. Yeah, Boone is toast. He's done. They'll let him ride out the season. He's got to go. So that's just me. As a practical, logical fan, not a crazy person, looking at it honestly. That's that, as an honest assessment of the team, do nothing. Like I said, if they can make a move to get a starter like Dylan Cease or somebody like that, but I don't want to give up Spencer Jones. I don't want to give up this other shortstop guy that could I'm telling you this right now, they got to make moves. I would even take a loss this season and trade our shortstop. Make some trades because Goldschmidt is only here for 1 year. Bellinger's going to resign and stay he's gonna extend. They're gonna keep him. He wants to play in New York. But they need to make some major moves, and it's not just one. They need to make like 4 or 5. So do not jeopardize the future based on trying to make a run this year. If you could make a run, I don't think they're catching the Blue Jays. If you can make a run to the wild card, make a run. Take your shot. You might have a chance. With Fried, Heel, if he comes back healthy, which he's coming back soon, and Rodon. Because those would be your 3 pitchers right now. So they better, I hope they don't do anything stupid. I haven't heard anything about Judge's elbow. That's another thing. If he's out, they're toast. They are totally toast. So again, the trade deadline is Thursday. They made a move last night for an infielder. Decent. He would be a good person to have. Honestly, play him at shortstop. Get rid of Volpe. Trade Volpe right now. You have another kid that's coming up, and he's pretty good. Trade Volpe now, while he's got some value. I would do it. I put Rosario, they got last night from the Nationals, at short. I would do it now. In a heartbeat. Volpe might do well in another place. He won the Gold Glove. I mean, he has that. This year has been putrid for him. But maybe in another place, he'll do well. Another team might be thinking the same thing. Let's give him a shot. So who knows? But then this is going to start soon. If they make 800, if they get to 500 this year, it would be a miracle. If the Giants were a 500 team, it'd be a miracle. So we'll see. And then there's hockey. I'm already looking down. And have the Knicks made any moves to get a big man? There was a rumor they were going to go. Oh my. LeBron in New York? Please stop. But it might make a difference. Could you imagine that he alone could make the Knicks a championship team? Because they were lacking that one big presence player. If LeBron is on the Knicks last year, do they get further and do they go to the finals? That's an interesting question to ask. It's possible. A big man like that. That's what they need. They need a big body. Not only that, though, it's not even, they're scoring runs. The pitching, 12, 9. The bullpen is shot. Boone is a mess. He's going to be fired. Boone will be fired. If I had to predict, Aaron Boone will not be the manager next year for the Yankees. Enough's enough. He even blew the All-Star game. I didn't watch it, but I heard that he didn't do too well. Oh, you were talking about the Giants? Well, look. Do you honestly think the Giants can take on the Padres? I mean, the Dodgers? Really? Right now? Does any National League team, maybe the Mets? Like, really? The Brewers? Padres? Phillies? Who? You know what I'm saying? Dodgers have a really good chance of repeating. I hate to say it, but they do. They're the team to beat. No doubt about it. So, we shall see, right? Anything could happen. I mean, the Padres gave them a run for their money last year. The Padres could have easily won that series against the Dodgers. They could have. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Time to look at football. But for me, football with the New York Giants, Russell Wilson, and they're rebuilding. Now, they did get some, I think they got some really good players in the draft. I think they did excellent. I'm not so sure about the quarterback yet. I'm passing on Sanders because of the baggage with Jackson. But we'll see. But the other moves were pretty good. The quarterback one is the big question mark. You never know in a draft. Sometimes you get a player drafted in the 7th round. They turn out to be the stud forever. You're having connection issues. Have a wonderful week. All right, Witch Moon, have a great one. Other people are having connection issues too. Maybe we're under attack. I don't want to say that because I'm not a conspiracy person. Oh my gosh. Let me not even start. And then, like I said, there's other things. I've had issues with my Verizon for months. They finally fixed it a few days ago. They put a new box in the garage. The main control box. And everything's been working flawlessly. The internet was not affected. The internet has always been, it was the TVs. Big issue. 1 minute, everything's fine. Then the next minute, it would just freeze. And just keep freezing. Now, when I'm trying to relax, and I'm trying to watch on demand, I go to Paramount Plus or whatever, and I'm watching something and it's starting to freeze, I'm like, this ain't acceptable. This is not acceptable. Not when I want to rest and finally watch TV, which I never do. But when I do, it's not a Dos Equis. I want to be able to watch. I haven't had a... Do you know it's been since July 5th and I only had 2 at the party next door. I don't even drink now. I'm so dedicated to the exercise and dieting. Like last night, I was this close to having one. And then I said no. I lost 20 pounds now in 2 months. I'm back to where I was. I'm 8 pounds away from the lowest I've been in decades. Because at the beginning of the year, I was 170. And then shit happened. Injury. I wasn't getting my medication due to the insurance. And boy, oh boy, did they tell me a story about... See, New York won't be too affected because New York gets the minimum from the federal government for their Medicaid, a lot of insurance companies, SNAP, all that. A lot of the insurances here won't be affected because New York does a lot. It pays out of the state to take care of things. But I was asking them a general question. What's going to happen? Now, the reason I didn't get my medication had nothing to do with that. It had to do with my past doctor, who for some reason was having an issue putting in a prior authorization, getting my Mounjaro refilled. I depended on him for like 3 months. Kept asking, are you trying to get my medication? Gave me the runaround. I said, screw this, I'm getting another doctor. This doctor got it for me within a week. So it was really the doctor on this one. It had nothing to do with the insurance. It had to do with the doctor not doing it right. I'm even trying to call the insurance companies and the place that approves. You cannot do it. Your doctor must do it. No shit, Sherlock. That's what I've been trying. Then I finally got it back. So I'm on my... Tuesday will be my 7th dose back on Mounjaro. I believe there's 2 in the fridge. So it's been less. It's been 6 weeks. It's back on Mounjaro, but I've been dieting for 2 months now and exercising crazy. I've lost 20 pounds. Now the Mounjaro is for my A1C, which bounced back up again because of this bad lull. But now things should be getting better again. We'll see. All I eat is salads. big ones, but that's all I eat is salads and popcorn and chickpeas for snacks. That's all I do. Maybe a couple of chips here and there, but that's bad. Maybe a little small piece of apple pie or cherry pie, but that's bad. Like all I'm having right now is a cup of coffee. I may have to get another one because this quells the appetite. No more cheese balls. Nick, don't even go there. No more cheese balls. Cheese balls are done. Those are like the worst. And that's what I mean. I spun out of control with that. Because it was almost like this was bad. It's way better. It's 100. It's not quite 100% yet. It's like 90. It's almost back to where I can have full. But remember, I have a partial torn rotator cuff still. It's healing. It takes a long time for these suckers to heal. This one took 18 months with surgery. This didn't require surgery yet, but that doesn't mean I can tear it worse again if I do something stupid by lifting something or even pulling on something wrong. It can tear it, and then I need surgery. So I'm being very careful with this. But that doesn't mean I can't go bike riding a lot, which I have been now. A lot. Yesterday was 40 miles. Yes, pedal assist, definitely at times with the electric e-bike. Yes, for sure. 40 miles is just not raw pedaling. Oh, there's some pedal assist involved. But the point is, you're still pedaling. Now, I never put it above 1. I can go to 5. 1 is cheating. Any pedal assist is cheating. If you go to freaking number 1, if I go to 2 or 3, the battery dies quick. It just, the higher you go, it more draws on the motor for the E. The battery don't last. And I have 3 of them, and they don't last. So I try not to do that. Then I can't do 40 miles. Well, with 3 I could. Using a lot of electric, I could. But that's stupid. So I try not to use that because it's cheating. It defeats the purpose. Jay, ¿qué pasa? He always comes in and talks about the storms in Spanish. My Spanish is not good. Atlántico, no sé, no tiene, see, I'm going to try to speak Spanish. No tiene problemas con hurricanes ahora. No, nothing, nada. I hope you understood that. I tried my best. And, but, yeah, I mean, even if you look at a video from 2 months ago, you will see the difference. Even just from 2 months ago. And you can see there's just no fucking question. There's no question. I mean, this is no question. This is big time different. There's still work to do. Like 20 to 25 more. No, wait. Yes. No. Bullshit. 20. 155 is the lowest I want to go. No lower than that. I'm at 178. Actually, 177. 178 with clothing. I'm really at 177. So that's 22 pounds? Yeah. 22 pounds away from 155. I did 20 in the last 2 months. Oh, if I can get to 155. Ooh-wee. It's party time. Definitely that would be celebratory for apple juice. That might be. So what's this? August? September? So by Halloween, I should be close to 160 at least. My gosh. If I can be 160, which I think that's very, very, very doable. 160 or less by Halloween, it's time to celebrate. Oh my gosh. It feels great now. Oh my God. Speaking of that, my brakes were squeaking like crazy. I've got to put this stuff on. Squeal out. Yeah, it's like squeal out. This cleans the pads. That says there's small particulates. It could be from the pad itself, like it's grinding. And I have to clean this with sandpaper, like 2000. I have to work on my brakes. But this is the stuff that helps clean it. Squeal out. For bicycles only. See? I got to do that. Because that bike was squeaking like it sounded like I was an 18-wheeler putting on the brakes. I was like, what the hell is that? Because I can't hear it. Because I got earbuds with music going on. And I'm like, what was that? What is that? When I watched the video, I was like, is that me? Or is that a tractor trailer? It's like screeching to a halt. And it's, oh my gosh. I was like, people could hear that from like miles away. It's starting to get warm in here. Alexa, what's the temperature for today?
It's currently 73 degrees,
Oh, let's open
with a
some
high of
doors.
83 and a low of 66 for today.
Yeah, but the smoke. See, this is why I don't want to do this. Oh, hell no. Close that. You could see the haze of the smoke. Oh, hell no. I need more coffee. You know what I would love to do? Take my bike to California and just ride that shoreline. Oh my gosh, I would love to 360 that. Oh, the problem is, do I have to drive to California? Because there's not going to be a bike that's going to be built like mine, the way mine films with 360. There's not many bikes like mine. That's damn sure, because I'm the only nut that made that design. She thinks I slammed the door. I just closed the door because that door's a pain sometimes to close. She thinks I'm slamming the door. I heard that comment coming from the distance on the other side of the house. Don't slam the door. I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to start. It's not even 11 o'clock. It's way too early for this. So, I was almost going to go to New York City yesterday, but I don't know if they fixed this situation, and I'm not going to ride my bike if I can't get access to the trail. And there is no way that I'm going to park in New York City. No way. I refuse to pay $80 for a few hours. I refuse. Because that's what you're going to pay. Let me see. I know that I tried to figure. I was really close to going to New York City yesterday morning because I left the house at 8 o'clock. I was in my driveway. I could make a right to go to New York City or a left to go north to Bear Trail. I decided to go north to Bear Trail. But I really, really was close to making this decision. But there's no way for me to access the trail in New York City. It's a freaking problem. And until they fix this, even if it's in the fall, I'll do it in the fall. It's right there. Yep, it's still there. Right here. I can't access the trail. There it is. Trail closed. Trail closed. Closed. Not a detour. Closed. So I'm going to go over the George Washington Bridge and exit here. Where is it? It's in there. This doesn't really show it well. Let me see if I zoom in. Oh my God, it doesn't even show it. It doesn't. That's horrible. Okay, there's a dotted line. There's the dotted line. See this dotted line? Well, this exits to the street right here. That's where the George Washington bike or walk pedestrian path ends, right here. I could have theoretically went to here, gone through here, but there's nowhere to cross because the Z bridge is right about here to cross over the highway, the Henry Hudson, to get to the trail, but you could see it's closed. So I can't get here. And I can't get through there because you got to get over this highway. So this is the pain. This goes underneath, but this is far. I would have to ride my bike through all this insanity. I am not doing that. See, there's another one in here, but then it exits here. See, that's the one that goes over the bridge. Okay, if I was to go, you can go back this way underneath to here. Does that lead me to the trail? It goes under. It would. It actually freaking would. But what if that lane is closed? The bike lane on that side. Then it's a nightmare. But yes, this dotted line. Oh, wait a minute. Why isn't there a dotted line there? Okay, it connects. It goes underneath. I would have to look this up. Right there. And this is coming over the George Washington Bridge. Right here. So you're coming over the bridge, then you're going to go around, and then it's going to take you back underneath to here, where you can catch that. But the problem is, what if this one is closed? Because they're always doing construction. So that would defeat the whole purpose. And I'm not going to do it with questions. Imagine me driving an hour and a half to get to park in New Jersey, only to find out I can't get over the bridge on the one side I need to get over. That would be a disaster. I would be not a happy person. So I don't want to take that risk yet. Unless I'm sure when that construction's fixed, I'm there. Because then it's easy. But I want to see how the hell that looks. Okay, where is it? See, this side is under construction. But this could be an old image. The other one is done. See, this is how you get on this side from this side with the bike. See the bike pedestrian trail right here? And then it takes you out to this street. I would take the bike to here, cut this way, and go over that Z bridge to get to the trail. Because that is the trail right here. But this is all closed under construction. Can't do it. They closed it. So I can't do that. Now, the other one is where all this construction shit is going on. See, they're building it. This one. there's nothing to follow here because this is an old photo and who knows what the hell is going on right now. Too many questions, too many. If that one was open and I was able to go over, if I had a good image to figure out what this mess is and what their plan is here, but I still don't see many trails coming out of this. Like, where the hell is it going? To here? This is a street. Can't do nothing there. Nothing there. Is there a trail on the side there? I doubt it. What? Wait. What is that? No. Hell no. In this picture, maybe we should do that. It looks like this is coming out to here. Let me take another check. Because these might be more updated. Bike lane. Follow the bikers. There it is. There's the ramp. They're going onto the bridge. So here in this picture, it's done. They're going. These bike riders are going there. They are. But where does this bike trail lead? That's to get onto the bridge, to cross over, because that's where I'm going to park, Jersey. So maybe, if they're going that way, we need to follow this bike lane. Oh, I don't like that. New York City's a nightmare. I swear to God, it's a nightmare. Because that's a one-way street, so now they want you to go this way. On the other side. Bike lane turns. It's a one-way. Good. This is not bad. We're trying to get over on this side where the trail is. And there might be something coming up. Okay, here's the bike trail still. Oh, I hate this. New York City. I don't miss it at all. Keep it. That's a freaking distance. Oh my God. What happens when I have to come back? Then what? What do I do? I can't take this bike lane. It's one way. Oh my God, hell no. What the there's nothing. This street just keeps going on. There's no way to cut to the right. Get out of my way. Okay, maybe it's coming now. Look at this. Oh, nope, bike lane looks like it's turning. Wait. Yep, that's the bike lane. Oh, there's no way I'm going through this. There's just no way. No way. So New York City's out until they fix that bridge. Which is sad because I don't live down there. I don't know anybody who does that can give me updates about the progress of the construction. And where's the Z Bridge here? Let's see if this one is updated. I highly doubt it. So that's what I need to cross over. What street was this? What did it say? Okay, let me go back. 181st Street? I think it was 181st Street. I'm going to see if there's a thing that I could find about the update on that. Because next weekend's going to be nice and cool. Or even Friday. Just a good day. I don't want to go on the weekend. It's too crazy down there. But I'm not going unless they fix that construction on 81st Street. Construction West Side. Let's see what it says, if anything. Shit. I should put Henry Hudson. Two-month closure. June 20. That's 79th Street. That's nothing to do with it. New York Traffic and Accident Report. View real traffic map. Oh, this could be good. Let's find out. It's New York City. Fort Lee. This is a traffic map. Nothing showing where that stuff is going on. Because the bridge is right there. Interesting. This is always bad. The Cross Bronx, Major Deegan, it's always in red. This is a nightmare in the city. Cross Bronx going to the bridge or the Deegan, because they all congest to try to go over the bridge. It's a nightmare, especially with the Yankee game. That's a lot of that traffic right now. People going to the game. Would not doubt it. But this doesn't help me. Construction. But it's not showing construction there. What is this? I don't want to view it on Google Maps. See, I would love to see a live cam. Oh, we can do that. Transit construction. I'm not seeing anything. Closures. Okay, this is not showing anything going on here. Empire State Trail closed 181st Street. We were just temporary closure. Empire State from time to time, second and maybe temporary close. Typically 4 to 8 weeks or longer due to construction activities on the trail. Interesting. On-road routes to detour around any temporary closures. Here is the one. Hudson Valley. That's not that. Manhattan. There it is. The project is expected to last through August 2025. There it is. I found it. Ain't that something? I need to bookmark this page. See, a little homework research goes a long way. Why does it say 100% complete? This project will reconstruct segments of bike path along Henry Hudson Parkway. Type in Fort Washington. The completion date has changed. To learn more about our schedules, project assigned completion date, April. What? No. It's saying it says 100% complete. I don't know. It says 100% design complete. This completion date has changed. To learn more, and it says it. They got this shit done quick. The procurement, it says it was done, the construction was finished last month. But do I trust that? I don't know. But now there's another problem. I bookmarked that. Okay. Pedestrian access Fort Lee to George Washington Bridge. The North Walk. The 80 accessible North Walk of Jordan Road is open to pedestrians and bicycles as a Wednesday for returning. The South Walk has been closed to accommodate work to replace the suspended ropes on the southern side, but that's old. So the north side, that would be coming. That's not good. Oh, wait a minute. Oh yeah, that's the north. This is old. 2023. Which is this side though, Fort Lee? See, if this is the side, I'm okay. Damn, I need to make this picture bigger. Save image. If this is the one going across the GW from Fort Lee to New Jersey to the city, I'm good. That's the one I need. Fort Lee, because there's two sides. Which one are they considering the north? This would be south, I would think. This should be the right one. I will do this next week with the 360 camera. If I know for sure. Okay, let's see. South Side Road temporarily closed for construction. But where are we? This doesn't tell me. Palisades Interstate. Okay, there we go. So this is the Jersey side. I don't know. I honestly fucking don't know. Okay. Cycling George Washington Bridge. That's Jersey. This could be good because this is Jersey side. Too much green. So that is the north side. It makes sense. The north side and the south side. That's open. It makes sense. This would be great. These are old articles. That's old. But that could tell me that it opened the other side July 6th. That's for the bridge. I have easy pass. And by the way, a lot of this funding comes from within the state, not federal. Yeah, they're complaining. They want it open 24/7. It's limited. Okay, that's the North Walk. Okay, there's another way to do this. I can't wait to do this shit. I can't wait. I can't wait to film me going over the bridge. Yep, that's the North Walk. That's the Jersey side. Oh, hell yes. That's Jersey, the other side. So that is the North Walk. Oh, I can't wait to do this. Oh my God. Can you imagine the 360 camera video from the bridge alone? Oh my gosh. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. Let me just check one more thing. I gotta do my homework thoroughly. I don't do anything half, I gotta make sure. Because I already know where I'm gonna park in Jersey. I got it all done. It's just a matter of making sure the construction and all this bullshit is not a problem. I don't even gotta go into New York City. I don't like going to Jersey, but I'd rather go to Jersey than... Is this? I know where it goes on. It's right here. I already did this homework. Let's see if this says North Shore. Right there. This could be an old construction picture. I'm not worried about it. Oh, what happened? No. Really? That's it. That's the picture. It matches. That's it. Confirmed. That's what I needed to see. That's the north side. To get over the GW, it's open. That's it. That's all I needed to know. So we going for it. We're going for it. That's it. Confirmed. That's all I needed. Yeah, it's really expensive, Nick, to park. Because I go to concerts in the city. And when I park, I go sometimes with my friend Mike. $80. Anywhere from 60 to 80 for 3 hours, 4 hours. And then you got to drive into the city. Now I have a place I go parking all the time in the city. It's the best. And you can't be early. They make you wait. If by appointment, it happened to me when I took Woody and Petita to the city. They made us wait 15 minutes because we were 15 minutes early. They made us wait to park our car. It has to be exactly, so you have to get there after your appointment schedule. It's so stupid. But I guess, they have a lot of people that want to park there. But this is where I would park. Now, this would be a great thing to do, actually, if I was going to put the bike in the car. But they park the car for you. This is the problem. They put it in an elevator and they bring the car up to wherever they park it. For me to get the bike out, I would have to take the bike out first and then ask them, is it possible to put my bike back in the vehicle, me, not you, so that I can come back down and go to the Intrepid? Because I would make a day out of it. If I'm going to spend that kind of money, I'm making a day out of it. I might as well spend more money and enjoy the day. I'm just saying. Okay, 42nd Street. It's Midtown. West Side. Oh, it's so hard to do this without just trying to search it out. I could just search it. Might be easier. 42nd Street. I was close. Okay. Oh, this could be an option, but not, I don't think with the bike. I would have to call them. So I would drive into the city right here on the West Side Highway, and then 42nd Street should be here, right? Where is it? Is this 42nd? 38th, 41, 42, right here. This is 42nd Street. So this is where I park. I would come down the West Side Highway, make a left onto 42nd, and the parking garage is over here somewhere. It's like a few blocks in. I would have to go down there. It's the easiest way to get into the city and park for me. And I have access to 42nd Street. The Intrepid is there. When we went to the city, when I took Woody and Petita, yeah, we're way too far up. Which way am I going? Oh my God. Not that way. I have to go down this way. There it is. This is where I park. Oh, right there. That's my spot. And I can book it online. That's where I park my car. Anytime I go to the city, that's where I'm parking my car. And it's literally 5 blocks, 6 blocks, maybe, tops. This is not working. It's just taking me back. Look at it. It's just pushing me. Do you see that? It's just bringing me right back. That is retarded. It doesn't want to skip me. Look at it. Look at it. All right, we're getting maybe a little better. Come on. Come on. And there's the West Side Highway. Right there. And that takes me home. That's the best possible thing that I could do. But the good thing is the Intrepid is right here. So if I wanted to go, what's up, Astro? If I wanted to go to the Intrepid, I can go to the Intrepid. If I want to go on the bike trail's right here. Empire State Trail. See it? I could do everything at once. But do I want to spend $80 to do that? No. Because when I go to the Intrepid, it's going to cost me like $50 to do the entire tour. And I want to do the Intrepid. But the bike, you know, that has to be a separate deal. That's separate. I can't do everything in one day. I am human, I think. And I've done this trail. I have it up on YouTube, but it's 180. I want to do the 360 badly. It's coming this weekend, next weekend. Because this is what I want to do, the Intrepid. But they have this thing. It's not Star Trek anymore. Now it's, I think, the Apollo mission. Oh, shit. Could you imagine doing the Star Trek experience? It's $40, I believe. And we can look that up. So you could do the tour of the Intrepid, and then they have this thing inside that center. It's like a show. This is a must. I'm not. If I'm gonna go down there, this is gonna take a day, just to do that. You know. Tell your better half I said hello. Astro. I'm kidding. What time is it? It's early. There's nothing I can do today. The weather's bad. I have a big project next door, but I gotta look at the radar. So he's gonna be moving here in 2027. The owner. We're already doing things to he's getting his roof done in 2 weeks because he's getting solar panels. I got him hooked up with my people before all these tax breaks and credits go bye-bye. December 31st, starting in 2026, goodbye. So if you're going to do solar in New York, do it now. And lock it in with a contract. The project must be done by December 31st, 2025, or you're toast. So he's doing it. I got my neighbor doing it now. He's preparing. Anyway, let me see. What the hell was I gonna do? I totally lost my thought because I went to the solar panels. Oh, so on the side of his house, he has a huge basement. Unfinished. For now. But we're plotting. I'm going to spend his money. I'm going to spend his money. We're going to redo his basement. It's going to be finished. And he's going to put all kinds of cool stuff down there. That's going to be his man cave. But I had sealed the walls for any possible water coming into the basement. That basement has been dry now for like 3 years after what I did to it. There's no more water that comes in. Plus, we put a French drain in the front of the house where the garage would be behind it. That was very important, and that stopped a lot of the water. But he's got a crack that I noticed on one side of the house, the north side, and it's starting to run along the side of the house into what would be the basement walls. And I'm like, dude, we need to fill that. Even if we have to dig it out, the dirt, and follow these stress cracks, and we're going to have to fill them. So I bought this water sealing concrete. I forgot the name of it. I bought it yesterday. So I have a big job to do over there and fill these cracks. And then I'm going to put, after I fill the cracks, I'm going to lay concrete down and slope it away from that wall so the water runs down away from it, not against it. So that's a major project I have to do for him. But I can do it because I'm good at it. I'll do it little by little. I'll wait till the temperatures drop a little I'm not doing it in this crazy heat. But that's a big project that I got to do next door. So he's only spending $9,000 to do his roof on the big house because he knows somebody. I say only because it would be a lot more. So that's good. But I got to get, and I got to do a bathroom ceiling in the smaller apartment. I bought the paint yesterday. It's hydraulic cement. That's what it's called. I'm looking it up right now. This is what I bought yesterday. But I bought the big one. It's leak stopper hydraulic cement. You mix it, you fill it, and it's water. It prevents water. That's why it's called leak stopper. And you have to mix it. So this is what I got to do. For use in basements, swimming pools, elevator pits, conduits, seawalls, tunnels, storm drains, etc. Install set in 1 to 3 minutes, so it's a fast set. Can be applied underwater. Holy shit. So this is going to be something I got to mix and put right on and fill. Has a compression strength of 3,000 per square inch. So this is good stuff. So that's a big thing. And then after I'm done with all that, I got to put, like I said, concrete 2x4s, put it, have it coming not that far out. Maybe I'll go 3 feet away from the house, but slope it away from the house so the water runs away from the house, not against the house. So it's a project. But he takes care of me, so I'm not too concerned about that. Now, Alexa, what's the weather for Friday?
Friday's forecast shows partly cloudy skies with a high of 79 and a low of 59.
That's the day.
There's a slight 17% chance of rain during the day.
That's the day I'm going to the city. I'll leave at 7:30. Go on a weekday, because it's crazy to go bike riding in New York City on the weekend. You got to be nuts. So I'm going to go Friday. I'll leave early, do what I got to do, and get back here by 2 and work Friday night. So that's going to be the day I go to the city to do my bike ride over the George Washington Bridge, onto the trail, film it all, get the hell back because I got to work, and get that 360 video done. That's about 40 miles from where I'm going to park the car. I did 40 yesterday. So that's good. I did 40 yesterday, so I'm prepared. It's about 40 miles for this bike ride. Across the GW from the parking lot in Fort Lee, Jersey, down to the Battery of New York City and back. It's about 40 miles round trip. But this video is going to be beautiful. Low humidity. If it's 79 degrees to high, that means it's going to be low humidity. That means visibility is going to be amazing to do the camera work. Because you don't want haze. Visibility. If it's the way I think it's going to be, it should look absolutely stunning on a 360 to do New York City West Side. Yesterday was a little hazy when I went bike riding. But it's still, I don't want to play the YouTube video. YouTube is pathetic with its quality. Pathetic. I hate to say it, but it's the truth. It just is. I think I moved the video to Suno. I just want to show one part of that video from yesterday, because it's just stunning. Okay, so it should be New Paltz, and the hell is it? Oh, it's going to say GoPro first. That's right. GoPro. There it is. Let me mute. Make it full screen. So this was yesterday. But the part I want you to see is when I stopped on the bridge. That's after the bridge. That's the campsite. Why is it stuttering? What's going on? Oh, I gotta go back more. Maybe more. Here we go. There's the bear. There's the cave over here. Where the bears are. Right in there. And yes, bear. See bear? Bear sign. It's a den. That is a den for bears. There you go. Natural air conditioning. The temperature coming from within is like 50 degrees. So if you stand there on a hot day, it feels like air conditioning. It's natural air conditioning coming from underneath. Out of the caves and mines. It's amazing. And I stood there for a minute because it felt so good. It really did. So you can see. What is that branch? What is that? But this is the cool part of this trail coming up. You could see .360. My 360 is different than anybody else's 360 the way I have the rod up in the air 8 feet while riding a bike. It's sick. You have to look down to see me. A lot of 360s, you see forward, but then when you go like to the back, you see the person. You see them. Because they put it on their helmet or they have it on the bike. It's ridiculous. See how it's hazy? That was actually the smoke starting to come in from Canada yesterday. It's crazy. All right, I'm going to pause it because I'm going to stop it right in the middle of the bridge. Right there. Now this sucker's high. It's not that wide. So if you're afraid of heights, this may not be the bridge you want to cross. At all. But look at the beauty. And see how the water's low? We haven't been getting that much rain. We need rain. Look at it drying up a little bit on the side. See how it's like this? And then if you look to the other side, you'll see it even worse. I should move up a little. It's really bad. It's bad. We need rain. You could notice the difference. I'm going to play it. But this is such a beautiful scenic view. Oh, but it's high. And even the camera doesn't do it justice. When you're standing on top of that bridge, you realize how high it is. I mean, for real. See how dry it is up here? It's crazy. It's very dry. I want to stop moving now. Let me see if I can go up a little bit and pause to see if we could see it better. Look how dry it is. Look how dry it is. It's. I was looking at it, I was like, oh shit. So we need rain. And then yesterday I ended up trying to ride the bike past where I've never been before. That's how I'm drinking my Gatorade. Here, I was in Kingston, New York. I'm like, what am I doing? Now I'm riding on streets. I don't want to do this. I'm in Kingston, New York, riding my bike. Because I've never done this part. I said, let me go further. That's why I did 40, not 30. Let me go further. Let's see what this is about. No good. No bueno. Bad move. I won't do this again. This was not fun. Because now you got to deal with the vehicles coming alongside of you. Look how much room I have to ride the bike. Not much. There's not even a bike lane. There's no room there. And then they got these rivets in the road that I keep hitting. So, you know, when they have that, so when people, if they doze off or something, it makes them pay attention. The car starts to shake when they hit those divots in the road. You could see them in some areas. It's bad. I'm like, Jesus. Over here it's not, but now it's just ridiculous. So I decided to go this way, and I'm like, But I can't make a U-turn. I'll go straight to the next light, make a little U-ey, and come back. And the cones are in my way. So now I'm letting the car go by, because I'm in the road. It's no good. You have to be very careful. Now I got lights, I got all kinds of stuff on my bike. I even got a horn, and I have a thing that I can put the signal on the back light if I'm turning or something. I have it all on the bike. I gotta find my other helmet. Look at this. This is Kingston, New York. I'm like, where am I? I don't know where I am. I know I'm in Kingston. I just don't know where the hell I am. I'm trying to follow the sign that says the trail. I said, heck no. So I decided to cut and make a left because I saw this. I don't know if we could see it. I saw the sign here, but this is coming from this other direction. I'm trying to figure out, do I go straight this way or do I make a turn? So I said, let me make a turn. And then I ended up making a U-turn and heading back because I was like, I'm not going through this. I have no idea where I am. No. And then I stopped at the campground and I was talking to the owner. Not the owner, somebody that works for the owner. So the trail is here, the bike trail is right here. There's a campsite right next to the bike trail. So I was talking with her. She was so cool. She was mad cool. And I bought a soda and I was talking to the guy and I got some very important information. He gave me a brochure to contact the owner he was a writer and he's written books about paranormal, all that stuff. There's stuff that has gone on there. He says, oh, you want to talk to him. Which I have to get the information out of the bike because it's in the bike right now. In the cargo bag. But I was talking to them and I got the information I needed. Mission accomplished. And then I ended up talking to him right there. Right here. So I got that was my mission, to stop and talk to someone where I can get information. You probably could hear the conversation, maybe. Oh, I'm walking away. I got what I needed. Let's see. Maybe we can hear it. I don't know. UFOs, cryptid, spiritual ghosts, consciousness. Also, we have in the daytime law enforcement. Yeah. We can't really hear what he's telling me. So, okay.
Oh, yes, there is. You just don't know.
He went to get me the information. Now, I don't know if we'll be able to hear when I walk up to him, because this is far away with the GoPro.
No, that's okay. I'll get my bag ready. Thank you. I know. It's probably one of the times I'm supposed to be sleeping. I don't. I can pack my bag. Yeah.
Can't hear the conversation. But he handed me the information right there to contact the owner of all of this. The farm, he owns the campground. This is the guy. His name is Steve. So I need to contact him to see if he's a writer, see if he's willing to come on a show and talk about this. This is, like everything else that used to be, is actually native. This is amazing. This is beautiful. But someone told me about, I gotta look it up. Not now though. A couple of other trails around here that are supposed to be amazing, and they're new and very scenic. I don't know where I am here. Then there's the Walkill River Bridge. Oh my God. I don't know where I am. There. I could see it. Look how low it is even here. You can see where the water usually goes up. It's a little low. Stuff is starting
Like moths to a flame.
Look at that. Beautiful. But you could see the haze from the smoke. The Canadian
Wow.
fires. You could actually see it.
Are we still recording? Yep.
Look at it drying up. Look at this. This is not good. We need rain. I hope it rains a lot today. But this is
I'm not
beautiful.
starting no fire, that's for sure.
It's very dry. And people are stupid. And then you have people that are arsonists that set fires
Nuka.
on purpose. Or dry lightning. A thunderstorm that doesn't have moisture to it, but lightning. And that could spark a fire. It's dangerous. You don't mess around. So he told me about 2 other trails. Hurley, New York Bike Trail. I think it's called I forgot the letters he told me. A and O or something. That's one of them. That's one of them. That's definitely one of them. Shit, I could do this today. Oh my God, it looks beautiful. Yeah, I know. They want money. This one wants money all the time. It's not gonna let me view the fucking, excuse my language, the map because it wants money. And I'm not doing it. Continue with Google. Continue with Google. Continue with Facebook. Okay, I'm in. I think. It wants money. Fuck. Excuse me. I hate when this happens. I gotta get out of this site. Oh, that's it. O&W Rail. Okay, this is the one he told me I need to do. There's two I need to do. He said you need to do these. I met somebody. He and his wife, they did the Buffalo to Albany trip with a group that does it every year, which I gotta find this group next year because it's already happened for this year. I need to do this next year. Go with a tour group and do like it was 10 days or whatever. Imagine me trying to take 10 days to do something. Never gonna happen. That's it. It's the one. I gotta bookmark this. The O&W Rail Trail. He said this is amazing. Hurley Parking. There it is. But that's Kingston, yes. This isn't Ellenville. So I would do this. Hurley Parking Rail Trail. It's open 24 hours. You could do nighttime trips on that. There's the trail. Right there. It starts. It goes up. And then ends here. So this might be a better place for me to park. Holy shit. It goes further than that. Where does it go? Holy shit. I could start it all the way down here. Near 209. Oh, that would be crazy miles. Holy shit. Look how far it goes. Where is this? Where am I? Rosendale. Okay, I see Rosendale. That's that bridge I go over with the bike. Okay, we need to zoom back in. This is the trail. O&E. O&W. Okay, now it's starting to head more to the west. Holy shit, this is a whole new experience for me. Where is this now? Consider where I am. Woodstock. And that's it. That's where the trail starts. Where is this? Not far from me. Holy shit, this is it. New Paltz. It's more of a ride. Where did it go? Right there. We need satellite. Terrain. Terrain. No. Satellite. What time is it? It's too late now. Really, it's not, but smoke. I'm not going to go out there with smoke. I need to find a place to park. Why does it say it goes this way? Oh, hell yes. I can't do all this in one day. There's the end. Right there. O&E. So it's right here. Is this parking something I can park? It looks like it can. Where is the little thing? Okay, we're on a website, that's why. Okay, what is that street? Oh my God. Dairy Road. Where the fuck is this? What? New Paltz. Oh, that's gonna be a badass trail. Never done it. So here's 209. Where is it again? I lost it. Fuck, I lost it. I lost the trail. It was this stupid road. Was it? I lost it. Because I put my eyes on 209. There it is. But where is this? Route 6? I gotta look that up. Where does this road go to? To here. Oh, this looks like a crazy... It's 6. Clove Road is 6. Now, what happens here? Here's 6. 6 is heading east. This is still 6. 6A. 6A. If I take this one, Mohawk? Is that Mohawk? Mohawk Road. That's 6. Mohawk Road. 6. Mohawk. Turns to Mount Rest Road. 6. 6. It's heading in the right freaking direction. 6. And now what? That turns to 7. 7. Now we're at 7. 7 to 6. Oh, that's great. It's right over the bridge. I park here to go on that trail I did yesterday. I park right here. Right? Where is it? This is where I parked the car. Right here. For the bike ride yesterday. Actually, it might be a little up more. Let's not make no moves. That's not the parking lot. Where the hell is the parking lot? Oh, there's the Wallkill Valley Trail that I did yesterday. It's back here. Anyway, the point is, instead of making that turn, I go over the bridge, 299, and make the first right. And go from 7 to 6, which would be a left. And if I stay on 6, going north, oh, this is going to be a cool ride in itself just in the car. It's in the mountains. Okay, there's 6. Oh, this is going to be beautiful. I think I was supposed to make it, no, there. We're going to stay to the left. Then to 6A, make another left to Clove Road. Because coming back, I just put my address and it'll take me. Okay, now what did I do here? North? Or did I go down? I think I go north. That don't look right. It's on the other side. Where's 6? Okay, well, this is the decision right here. Oak Clove Road. All right, I can't lose that point. Oak Clove Road. Where is it? Where is the freaking trail? Oak Clove Road. I don't want to lose it. I wonder if there's a thing. Shit. There's Clove Road. So we have to make a left at the Cherry Hill and get back to Clove Road. I don't want to get lost. There's that weird name right there. Yes. That takes me right to it. 6. So we stay on 6. Always look for 6. Here's 6 down here, Clove Road. So why the hell was I up on the top? Clove Road. There's 6. We stay on 6. I gotta just stay on 6. Clove Road. Clove Road. Right to this one. 6. Stay on 6. And here's where the trail starts. Right here somewhere. I wish I could do this today. There's where the trail starts, right there. Where's my phone? It's early. That's about a half hour. I don't know how far that is. That could be a 40-minute ride. Because that's in the mountains. That shit is in the mountains. But this is going to be a beautiful bike ride. What's it called? The O&W? O&W Rail Trail. use Google Maps. And what's that spelling of that? Kaiserreich Road. Okay, what is the trail? O and W. Somebody told me about this. They said you have to do this. You want scenic? That's the one to do. Rail. That's the word, Kerhonkson, New York. That's the word he used. Start. It's 47 minutes. I was right. What is it taking me to where I want to go? Kerhonkson? No, we don't want to do that. Okay, get rid of that. O and W trail. Kaiserreich Road. I don't know what town that is. Accord. Oh shit, that's where Whitley had his thing. I don't know what town that is. What Kaiserreich and Dairy Road. How about that? Kaiserreich Road and Dairy Road. Rochester, New York. Fuck no. Is it Dairy Road? Route 6. No results. What about a location? Fuck. How long does Kaiserreich last? Not long. So as long as I find that road, I should be okay. Road. Williams Lumber. It's very short. Where's Williams Lumber? Tributary Farm. What is that? Williams Lumber, it's right there. That's it. It's Williams Lumber. Oh, that's freaking phenomenal. Oh, yes, 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 yes. We need to save this. Save. Favorites. Done. I don't know why it says Rochester, New York. It's 44 minutes away. Oh, hell yes.
Head east on Court Road toward Albany
Oh my
Post
God,
Road,
stop,
and
shut
turn
up,
right
shut
onto
up, shut
Albany
up.
Post Road.
It's 45 minutes away in the mountains. I found it. I can't do it today. This is already 12 o'clock. This is an all-day mission. Plus the weather's not going to cooperate. But that's Williams Lumber. I got it. I got it saved on the phone. The trail starts here. But it goes for miles. Miles. And I'm talking miles. But it's good because I gotta do like 15, 20 miles and then turn back. And then I'll figure out where I went to, like here, Hurley Rail Trail Parking, so I can actually, I think the more scenic is more here to the north. I think I'm gonna have to start at Hurley, even though I have that saved. Okay, here's the rail trail parking. Off 209, right fucking here. We gotta look that one up. Oh, yes, yes, yes. Okay, get rid of that. O and W rail Hurley. There it is. How long is this one? 49 minutes. Save. Favorites. Yes. That one's 49 minutes away. That's okay. It's like an hour. It's better than going to New York City. For now. Okay, so Hurley Rail Trail goes through here. Where's it going? That's it? Is that it? Oh no, it's over here. Wait a minute. Why is it here and why is it here? Because it turns. No. What the hell? There's two. We can't take that one. We gotta take this one. Gotta make sure I make that don't make that mistake. Oh yeah, this is scenic. Oh hell yes. Along the creek. Underneath. Oh yes, we're doing this one. And then it ends here. In Kingston, which is where I was yesterday with the bike. That's not far. That's a short bike ride. I don't like that. Should I start at Kingston and then work my way this way? Where the hell am I? Where's the trail? Fuck. That's not much. That's a waste to park there. It's a waste to park there. That's not far. All right, where's the next big parking? Trailhead. I wonder if that's even writable. It says hiking. Holy shit. That's like dense wood. That I don't think that's a bike trail. Okay, we got to get out of this. We have to get out. I don't think that's part of a bike trail. The Astro doesn't look like a hippie now. Wow, what the hell's going on with Rumble? That's weird. Okay, let me try this another way. O and W Trail, Hurley, New York. What's up, Candace? I'm just scheming my next bike ride trip. I swear if the weather wasn't bad, I'd be doing it right now. Okay, wait a minute. This is Hurley? That's not Hurley. It's just the whole freaking trail. Where the hell am I now? Hurley. Okay, this is where we just were. We don't want that. 209. It's north of Kingston. Okay, so that's not... Rail trail parking. Okay, so this is where it splits, right there. Wow, I'm gonna have to make sure I stay on the right one. Here's the parking. I need to get down there. We're not going to be able to see the trail. The trail is right there. Okay. Not much to see there. I need to follow the trail. This determines where I park. Okay. Holy shit. Look at that. Hurley Marbleton Trailhead. Oh, I don't think that's rideable. Where the bike? I don't know. It might be. Looks like it's paved in there. I don't know. There's no way we're getting in there. Jesus. It could be enough to do a bike in there. Where is it? It looks like there's a trail there. Big, and going into the woods, I still see it. I still kind of see it, but that's risky. There still looks like there's a trail in there. That's in the freaking mountain. Look at the mountains. Holy shit, I don't know if that's possible. With a bike. That looks like terrain. I could always go park in this one and then adventure that way, see how far I can go. That's probably the best bet. Park here. Right there. O&W Hurley Rail Trail Parking. That's the one. It's off of 209. Now, where the fuck would I get 209? By me. $209. Can we fill it in? 209. Wow, 52 is right near my house. The 52 connects to 209 by Ellenville. I'll be driving through the mountains. Let me look at my phone. Hurley. This is the one. It says it's 50 minutes away. Directions. How's it taking me? I need my glasses. Okay, it's taking me to 32. Oh, I should film this. This is all mountains. No tolls. What is this? Where's my glasses? It's still 32. I could do this today if I was really still early. Yep, 32. This is a beautiful ride. Rosendale. Oh shit, that's easy. I need to look at the layers. Satellite. That shit doesn't make sense. What's it called? Where was I? All right, we need another point. But that's not where the parking is. That's where that shit just took me. That's too much to the south. We have to be up here. Yeah, I saw that. It's up here. There. So what is the nearest? It's off of fucking 209. There's 87. The highway would be the best if I can get off. Right there. It's probably the Kingston exit. Oh my God, I might be able to take the trail from... Holy shit. This might work out better than I thought. The O&W Trail. Can't park there though. This is the beginning of it. But there's a parking here. What is that? It's a freaking Super 8. All right, Astro, have a great one. We need to get down there. If I can get here, that's easy. It's all highway for me. That shortens the trip tremendously. Kingston Plaza. Okay. Kingston Plaza. That's right off the freaking highway. I could park right here. What is this, Super 8? What is this? The hell is that? Doesn't matter. Kingston Plaza is the key. But where's the trail in reference to this? Come on! Get me out of here. There's that. Here's the sign. O&E Rail Trail. Head. Bingo. Bingo. There's the trail. Right to here. Right in that parking. Badass. Right to there. Beautiful. All right, we gotta go back to the map. Let's go right here. So it looks like it somehow goes through there. Too bad I can't get closer. That's risky, but it's gotta be. Nice. Nice. It's a pain in the ass. Look at this. Aesopus Creek. The Super 8. That's in. But that's it. And there's the trail. So we want to go to the Super 8. Wyndham Kingston. I was right. It was the Super 8. Wyndham Kingston. Save. That is only 40 minutes away because it's all highway. That's it. That's my next mission. Got it. Homework done. That's gonna be a nice trail to follow the creek. Where's the trail now? Over here. It's short though. Oh no, right here. And we keep going until we can't go no more. Which might be to like right here before we get into the deep hiking part. We just keep going. Now it goes into the woods. And I don't know. Okay, there's the trail. Come on. The other way. That's a far trip already. And this is where it goes into the woods. Right there. And that's a trailhead. So who knows what this is going to turn into. A hiking trail, most likely, into the mountains. Right there. That's going to go into the mountains. Yep, that's going right into the mountains. I don't know if that's rideable. That's okay. We'll go as far as we can, and then I know what to do for the next one. That's in the mountains. That's not far from where Whitley Strieber's house is, by the way. Was where his house was. That's all I'm going to say. Because Accord, New York, is right here. All right, we have the plan. Now I'm going to look at the weather. Because I'm not joking. I will pack up right now and head my way. Not even a doubt. I'm not even playing. I don't play. I don't want that. I want the radar. Because I know the storms are going to be worse to the north. Oh, but there's that quality alert. No, there's rain. That's right where I will be. It's raining up there. Actually, not true. It's heading that way. It's off of 87. Where am I looking? Kingston. That's it. That's where the trail starts. Right off the highway. Where is 87? 87, right here. We need satellite. There's 87. And there's Hurley. And there's 87. And there's Kingston. Where is the... It is rain around. There's Hurley. Where's the creek? That has to be the creek. Yeah. And there's the ramp to get off at 87. That's exactly where I was looking. And this is where Super 8 is. Okay, so now let's zoom out. Let's see where the rain is. Oh, the rain is incoming. So it's just to the left of Kingston. It's in Kingston. Oh, the rain is heading right that way. Fuck. By the time I get there, it'll be pouring. Boom. So this ain't happening today. All right, so today's out. Let me look at daily. I'm definitely doing New York City Friday. 94, 95. Oh my God. Dull and dreary. The weather's gonna be tough the next few days. Okay, Friday, I'm gonna do New York City. Saturday, I'm gonna do Hurley. Friday's New York City. This is perfect weather to go bike riding down in the city. Saturday will be great up here to do that other one. That's it. So there's my plan. I know that was a lot of crazy stuff going on the screen, but I have to do this. I have to put the plan in my mind. It's the only way. Unity rain down here in Western Tennessee. It's been dry for over a month. It's been dry here too. Well, let's look at Tennessee. I would have loved to gone today. But it's an hour drive back and forth. That's 2 hours. And then the bike ride is going to be like an hour and a half minimal. And I do not want to get caught in rain out there. No way. I would have loved to do it today because I have the time. Come on, stop it. I don't see, there's not going to be much. Let me look at a radar nearby. I don't think there's much going on over here. There's not. Come on. Really? Yeah, there's not much going on in this area. Actually, I should go back to AccuWeather. And look at the radar. Yeah, there's nothing going on down there. Dry. We're gonna get it here. And it's gonna be pretty nasty for the next few days. But there's nothing in Western Tennessee at all. Zero. Now that doesn't mean anything can't develop, because there is a front. But it looks like the front is too much to the east, where stuff is developing, not to the west. There's a couple of spotty. See, most of the action is up here. And I would be in Kingston. And there's no way I'm taking that risk with that bike ride today. Look at that rain coming into the bike ride area right there. Boom, in an hour. I can't even get there in an hour. I'm not taking the chance. But we're going to get it. But we have the fire. Oh shit, I can't show my camera. It's charging. No, it's still got a way to charge. My ring. I'm a very impatient person. It's like I just want to go out and go. But today's not that day. It's already 12:30. And it does not look nice out. I can't even go in the pool. It's just like, and there's smoke from Canada. It's just horrible. You don't want to even breathe that. Imagine riding a bike in the smoke. How bad that is for you. And I'm not wearing a mask. Yeah, my cameras are down. Why is this one down? The back door is not down. And you could see the haze in the air. You could see it. That's the backyard. You could see it's hazy. That's smoke. See the tree? There's the visibility. You see the haze? That's smoke. The air quality alert is on for us today. Not a good day to be out there. At all. It's unhealthy. That's why I have all the doors closed. Windows, everything. There's nothing open here. Front door. The sun is trying to get through, but it's too hazy. And you could see the haze. I just charged this battery. Look at it. Ill. Ill. So heck no. It's not that day. It is what it is. Are you still around, Nick? Or are you sleeping? Or are you getting ready for your San Francisco Giants game? You should be leaving soon. You should be getting really ready right now. You shouldn't even be here if you're watching. You should be getting ready for your train ride to... What is the name of the park in San Francisco? Like I know? I know the old name. Candlestick. I don't know the new one. At least I have all these saved. Air quality alert. And there it is. It just came on the phone. Oh my god, I got another file I gotta do. Released 2 days ago. What's this? Oh, Jacques Vallée. Oh, it's bad. Just like we seen on the camera, they're showing it. It's bad. Unhealthy. Almost hazardous. But it's unhealthy right now. It goes down a little because the rain is going to come. But it's not good. So today is not the day to be outdoors. It's just unhealthy because of this smoke. I don't know if it's showing up on the visible satellite imagery. I doubt it. Sometimes you can. Because there's so much clouds here too. It's, you could see all the smoke that moved offshore. A lot of it. All from Canada. Look at this. These fires. You can see the smoke. I would like to, actually, I'm going to check something else, but you can't see it here because there's too much cloud cover. It's just a lot of cloud cover, but It's in there. Okay. Canada wildfires. There should be a site for this because I've done it before. I spelled Canada wrong. There's all their fires. Wow. My gosh, those red ones. New fires today. Active fires, 568. Wow. Look at that. Out of control. 131. Out of control monitored. 200 and what? 50 something? 6? Wow. Wow. Human. Natural. Lightning. But human. Look at the human. 4. Undetermined. 2. 12 total natural. And that's yesterday. Holy. So the reds are really bad. So are these. And this is what's bringing that smoke down. Wow. They got a lot of fires going on. It's really bad in here. And here. Look at that. That's bad. That's pretty bad. And that's why we're getting a lot of the smoke. Okay, now let's put this into perspective. So it's probably above Wisconsin and Dakotas. So we should look windy. Let's see if we could see it. And that's a lot of it going on right up there. Hard to see it with the cloud cover. You could see the smoke trailing off of them though. Alright, I gotta look at wind. I gotta see which way. Yeah, the wind is going this way. Which way is it coming now? It's slow. It is still funneling down toward us, but it's moving more to the east. But we're still in it. But it should stop soon. Because the wind directions are coming more from the south. So we should definitely clean up by tonight. With this smoke. Definite. All right, that's good enough. So the smoke has been affecting us, but they got a lot of fires to deal with up north. And that's normal for them. Why would you go to Dunkin' Donuts for creamer, though? Isn't there a local store you could walk to or drive to get creamer? So, oh shit, speaking of that, I let my coffee get cold. It still tastes good with creamer. It's unhealthy. I can't even go bike riding today. And I am not wearing a mask bike riding. That is not happening. Ever. And all my shows are pre-recorded for today. So actually, I have no live shows today. I was going to go bike riding. But it won't allow me. I did update one game. I want to see what is involved with this update. It's one of the racing games. Yeah, so go to a drive-thru. Drive-thru is the best way. It's the easiest way. All right, let me put this on full screen. And we need volume. And we need headphones. I want to get comfortable. I haven't had anything to eat yet, but that's okay. Oh shit, mouse gotta move. I beat a lot of this game, so I don't know what update is possible. Did they add maps? Add to the map? Continue. Dude, go take care of yourself. Remember, the priority should be always oneself. Take care of yourself. We all have to take care of ourselves before we can do anything else. You know, I haven't had fast food in months, and I would probably get sick if I tried. That's the crazy thing. I would probably get sick. The only thing I might be able to eat that might not get me sick, believe it or not, maybe a Wendy's burger or, believe it or not, Taco Bell. But if I went to McDonald's or Burger King, I'm probably going to get sick. Not that I'm going to, because I'm eating a salad soon. I've been making antipasta salads now. With ham, salami, cheese, black olives, pepperoncini peppers, cherry tomatoes, like that. That's what I've been eating. And of course, mixed salad or romaine. That's what I've been doing. Fills me all day. Ferrari celebration. That's new. Okay, now playlist. Right now, I'm not doing that. Yeah, the thing is, that food is so bad. It's so high. it's so high in garbage. If I ate that, I would be in trouble. Like, I'm doing really good with the exercise and weight loss. Okay, wait a minute. Ferrari cars. What's new? What is this vacation? Purchase. Well, man, let me see. Everything with these games is buy, buy, buy. Screw you. For real. It's so ridiculous. Okay. I have not finished this. I have not finished that. The bike, no, that's done, that's done. I hate that drift here. Ferrari, that's new. Requirements unfulfilled. View requirements. Go to shop. Buy. This item costs, you have 0. You need an extra. Do you want me to write the CC pack page? No. Because you want me to fucking pay for it. Look at this. And how much do I need for that car? 20 bucks. Take a walk. That's what I mean. These games are so bullshit. Okay, wait a minute. I don't have the points. $29.99 for the bundle. That's new. The Chase Squad. That's new too. I did all those. These are all done. So there is a few new. Those are all done. What is this? Lowriders. Oh, Jesus Christ. Requirements unfulfilled. Jesus Christ. How much they want for this? Yeah, there's a lot going on. I've been told about what she's doing too. There's nothing really going on. Hearings postponed. I'm not really buying a lot of the stuff that's going on around. Plus, there's an event coming up. A lot of it is promotional, just to make it. Hold on. What the heck is this? Legends. Requirements unfulfilled. Go to shop. I don't even have enough of that. Oh my God! We know we don't have that. drift. Forget about drift. That one's done. That one's done. This one's not. That's the bike. I hate that one. Wow, they're gonna make me pay. There's so much hype. There's always hype. I don't want to say, I can't, I don't want to say anything. I just don't. What just happened? You gotta remember too, everyone wants to stay relevant. Remember that. Okay, I got the waypoint. Right now, my focus is on what John Burroughs and I are doing. That's my focus right now, to be honest. Because he's going to have a lot of interesting... John Burroughs may be a major player moving forward in a lot of things that goes on, and that's real because he has evidence. I rely more on what he's doing than anything else that I'm hearing, believe it or not. I don't like this way I'm looking at this car. Jesus Christ, I forgot how to do it. That's the way. Again, I'll just get into it briefly. I'll just say it from my perspective. Don't give me anything without evidence, without documents. Just talk. I don't want to hear somebody say they were part of this or did this. I'm tired of that. I am way past all that shit. I don't want to hear about this person said this person's a whistleblower. Because a lot of the whistleblowers do not want to come forward. And I don't blame them. All this hype is bullshit. And I'll tell you, like I said, I don't want to see another hearing where somebody alleges, without backing it up with evidence of any kind, or being told, I can discuss this behind closed doors in a classified hearing in a skiff where nobody knows what the hell's going on anyway. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to know about it. I don't care. They're saying the next Oumuamua is an interstellar object that could be an alien craft coming in. I don't want to hear all this bullshit. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm so done. I'm so done with all the speculation and trying to ramp up stuff with hype. Show us documents. Come forward. But a lot of those documents they are in the possession of the government. So now you have to depend on the government to release, declassify documents associated with any person that's in there. But that also gives them credibility of what they're saying. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to see another hearing. And another thing, too, is Congress got to be much more prepared. And there has to be a more serious take by Congress on this topic. Not just in some side-off room with just a few people showing up. And it's not the main players that should be there. Like the Gang of Eight. Where they're taking it much more seriously. I'm tired of it. I'm so tired. Like I said this a million times. I don't give a shit if 200 whistleblowers come forward. Unless you show us something that ties to what they're talking about, some evidence, some documents, something. To me, it's just a story. And people are tired of it. And I've been trying to tell people this behind the scenes. I've been saying, who cares? Who cares if Whistleblower A, B, C, Z, number it, because the numbers can go on and on. Who gives a shit unless they're backed up by some type of evidence, documents, and everything else? And even if you do that, people are going to say, is it real? Is it part of a deep fake? Is it part of a conspiracy? All that. Is that all they have? And then it just opens up more doors. So it's like, I am so tired. In the beginning, I got a little hopeful. But I should have known better. I should have known better. Because when all this hype started with Grush and, you know, did we ever get follow-up on who Grush was talking to and where he said people were telling him this? He's seen documents. Where are they? Have we seen them? But there's things working in the background that's going on. Projects, too. So I don't want to hear no more, I was the DOD this, or I was part of this project, or I was... Listen, I don't care. I might be interested what they might have to say, just to see what they say, but more than hearsay, it's nothing credible because there's no evidence to back it up. So what is it worth? Speculation, more speculation, more speculation, more speculation. So people could take that shit and run with it and speculate what it's about and say, but without evidence, it's worthless. It's worthless. Now, on the other hand, Burroughs has some stuff. You don't know how badly they want to get their hands on John Burroughs. And I'm not going to... I could bring John on right now on the phone. They want him so bad because he did suffer a major health life-threatening injury at Rendlesham, and it took him years to get his medical coverage, but not the classified documents, because, and I'm not speaking for John. I don't want to call him. I don't want to drive him nuts, because we've been driving each other crazy for the last few weeks, really, constantly, and it's going to go on till Christmas. Him and I going back and forth. This is. But I could get him on the phone right now. And he will tell you. He's got documents. And he has emails. He has texts. He has exchanges. So all these people that say shit, that they said, oh, I didn't say nothing like that. John's got the evidence. Conversations. What's going on? I don't know, but yeah, not saying I got into it, but I think I got on the bad side per se of one content creator, and I got annoyed because, like you, all the hype. Remember, in the public forum right now, isn't everything hype? In general, everything's hype. People get caught up in the hype, and they run with it. Calm down. Deal with reality. Deal with the facts. Stop going off on these crazy tangents. Of course it's attention. Of course it is. It's clickbait. It's trying to keep, like I just said earlier, it's to stay relevant. Like, I'm going to call him. I'm calling John right now. Watch what he says. I'm going to tell him I'm live. He will say it. All right, I got to take the headphones off. This is the guy they want. They wanted him. They asked him to be at a hearing already. Congress and all these networks and all these people out there, they're dying to get their hands on John Burroughs and what he has. I don't know if he's available. I don't know if he's busy.
hello?
What's going on? I'm live right now. I've been talking about, like, somebody's asking questions about all the stuff that's coming on, the hype, related to people that are putting it out there. And my thing, John, is, and I'm live right now so people can hear you, just so you know. My thing is, until we have evidence, documents, I don't give a shit if there's 100 whistleblowers, whatever, in a congressional hearing. Like you said, and we've talked about this, Congress is worthless unless they really take this seriously and not just have a room with a few people in there where really the people in power in Congress, like the Gang of Eight, and people take this topic seriously. To me, it's all bullshit, and I'm so tired of it. But with you, it's different because you actually have documents, you have evidence, you have what they really want. So the reason I called you is, would you consider yourself separate from all these other people that come out without having no backup of going to a hearing and hearing hearsay and what they're saying? There's nothing that's presented at a hearing to show documents that anything that they're saying is of any worth. But wouldn't you say in your case, you can bring shit to the table and that would be a big difference to what we see normally in these hearings?
Well, I mean, going what you said, they come out with different things they've been told, seen, or whatever, but they don't provide evidence.
Right.
The reason what makes Rendlesham different, and my case in particular, and even another guy that was with me is Adrian Bustinza,
Yep.
is that the incident's been verified. No one can deny it happened. There's been people that have claimed nothing happened to us. But if that's the case, why did the VA give both Adrian and I disability? Okay, they acknowledged the event took place. They acknowledged we were injured during the event. And the fact is that declassified documents from the UK Project Condyne said we were exposed to UAP radiation, which played a part in our settlement. So you take the UAP stuff, the documents said we were exposed to it. UAPs is the hot topic. The event really took place, where a lot of these people come forward now and talk about stuff that's never even been verified to be true.
Exactly.
And stuff. So the event's real. We were injured. The government's acknowledged that we were injured. The government's, compensating us for us. So yes, ours is clearly evidence that something happened to us in Rendlesham Forest, not the lighthouse and the stuff that people have said. And according to the documents and other stuff that I have that'll be coming out in the next few months, we were exposed to UAP. So yeah, I would say ours in what happened to Adrian and I is really important to this. But the bottom line is there's still a problem because everybody that's looked at this case can't get access to what happened to us. So therefore, in fact, some of the people that have looked at it have run away from it. They don't want to touch it because whatever happened to us is probably word sensitive, classified, which means that they don't even want to bring it up or touch it.
Now, and again, just you don't have to get into details. You have been asked previously before about appearing at a hearing, correct?
What happened was I was approached to go up, first of all, and go to D.C., and I've got the emails to prove it. Toby Martinez wrote an article in Roswell, and he's got the proof too. That was asked to come up to meet with the Aero Committee and meet with members of Congress, and I declined. Then Burchett contacted me and talked to me about testifying, and I told him I really wasn't interested other than if I was subpoena number one and number two, I would talk about how the cover-up with injuries needs to stop. And that was discussed, and then the hearing took place. Grish took over the hearing, which was fine with me because I thought that was a good hearing. I thought Grish coming forward was important. Also, the two pilots that were involved was important.
Yeah, Ryan Graves.
There's still a problem. There's still a problem with the fact that no documentation has been shown. And even the Nimitz incident and the other one that took place off the east coast of Florida, I forget what that's called, the gimbal or whatever, both of those, they provided very little out of evidence other than it's been verified the incident took place, these guys were involved, and this is some video from it. So.
Now, if the circumstances were right and it wasn't just going to be that you're put in front of a hearing and the government is not going to declassify anything related to Rendlesham that would make it really pertinent to what really happened there, would you waste your time or Bustinza waste their time or anybody else at a hearing like this unless there was substantial evidence provided by Congress to back up what happened there?
Well, the issue for Adrian and I is that we have been taken care of, and there's a couple other people that were involved in the incident that have issues, health issues that haven't been able to get taken care of. But it's even a broader scope when you look at it from the point of other military personnel have had incidents and they haven't been taken care of, or at least some haven't that I've been aware of. And then even civilians that are exposed to it. But the problem comes back to this: anything of value, anything that's, of value for weaponization, weapons, as far as for our government
Absolutely.
to use and stuff like that, they're never going to go public with it. So would I consider going up there? I would. First of all, I'd have to be subpoenaed. But second of all, the issue would be behind closed doors at first, and people will get mad about that. But if you can't go up and talk about this and they can't go back and forth openly, then the only other chance you have is to go up there and maybe other people that have it happen to them can get some kind of system set up to get taken care of. That's as important to me as anything else. As far as whether the truth's going to come out or not, there's enough evidence to show there's confirmation that something's going on. But there's been nothing really substantially put out exactly what it is and what our government knows. And with our case, it's a little bit deeper because they've acknowledged we were injured.
Exactly.
And we can prove that, but it still doesn't say what we encountered exactly and what it is and what they know and what they're doing with it.
Right.
Other than, in the fall, I'll put out some more stuff that I'm zeroing in on with FOIA that'll give a better picture. And it's also interesting, but again, they provided no proof. The Congress from Missouri just said they're in this the third phase of the TikTok or whatever you want to call it. They've got a third generation of that, but I know quite a bit about that, and I have documents to support that's true. But the interesting thing was all the nuts and bolts UFO people right away said it was alien, yet one of the pilots on one of the tapes said it was a fleet of drones. But they always didn't want to acknowledge that, and he said they must have misidentified, even though they don't like it when people identify something as UFOs, then they say, no, it's this. So it's a mess, and I don't see it getting solved anytime soon. I had bets with people since 2017 that they said every year disclosure is going to come.
Yep.
We're no closer to disclosure now than we were in 17, other than the press at least will take it more seriously and talk a little bit about it.
Agreed. So I'm sure there's a lot of things that you can't discuss because there is classification involving what you experienced, and people like we were talking, and they got to see episode 1 on Thursday, the hearing of this. It may not be extraterrestrial in nature. It could be our government experimenting with weaponization of some top secret platform on our own military personnel. And
but people are missing it. Yes, not only would they be testing against the military, which makes sense. People said they wouldn't do it, but they've done it, and history shows it over and over again.
And civilians.
Systems yeah, but that's the other factor. Civilians are in the middle of this too.
That's right.
And that's another whole issue in itself, as far as some people that may have been exposed and have issues. But they're very good at covering all this up. I mean, just look at all the people that were injured after the towers came down in 9/11 and how long that took to get taken care of, never mind Agent Orange and some of the other stuff that's gone on.
Or the weapon that was used in Cuba where our people...
Yeah, Manna syndrome, which if you listen to some of the people that have come out with this, they claim that what's going on with UAPs relates back to that. Well, if you look at it, why they're saying that is because it involves frequencies.
Yes.
And the other issue is these tic-tacs that they're seeing. It does involve a propulsion system, but it's a lot deeper than that. It involves what's around the object that's
emanating from inside, right?
Well, not necessarily inside. It's outside that it creates the effect that it does, and the fact that they can also manipulate radars and what you see and even what you remember.
Mm-hmm. So this is like the person initially started this conversation is that and I'm not going to mention names, but certain people in the last few days, week, have been coming out with stuff and saying this is going on, being more vocal about certain things. But really, it comes down to the point, to me, John, unless we see evidence, documents, something to back up what anyone is saying, to me, it's just hearsay. It's, I can't put any value to it unless there's some evidence to back it. And that's why I was telling this person that's in chat, you are different from that because, like you said, it has been acknowledged by the government that something did occur at Rendlesham. And fortunately, you and Bustinza were able to get some medical coverage because of that. But like you said, there are many people out there, not just at Rendlesham, but at many other locations, both military personnel and civilian alike, that will not get recognized and will not get the coverage that they deserve because they suffered from some kind of a medical issue as a result of what happened to them.
Yeah, the medical issue, both physically and mentally. But
Yes.
Also, the other issue is the fact that this is a fine line with national security, but at the same time, people don't understand. There's a guy to look at. I'm not going to name his name, but you can just look up the videos called the Soft War. All you have to do is go Google it, look at it. It's online on YouTube, and they talk about the manipulation of per people, and how they can manipulate them and everything else. Now, the problem with conspiracies is they get overblown. There is conspiracies out there as far as there are real stuff they can do to manipulate us and how they can do it and what they're doing and how they're advancing that ability to do that. Now, they always claim that whatever they're doing is to be used on the enemy and not on their own people. But our government's got a bad history, and it's become more and more exposed over the years that they'll do whatever they need to do to control power, the whole power within our own government, and control the people themselves. So I advise the people to go out there and Google Soft Wars and look at it and watch it, and you're going to see exactly what was mentioned in these videos is exactly what's taking place right now.
Interesting. I have to watch that myself. I'm not aware of Soft Wars on YouTube. I'm going to have to look this up.
Well, there's another guy, John Alexander, that you need to look closer to. He used to piss the UFO world off because he would say there's a more logical answer for this. He wasn't lying. If you go back and look at all this...
I interviewed him. I interviewed John Alexander in Roswell.
Yeah, but if you look at all the stuff that he worked on, and he was high up, if you look at all the work on... It manipulates things. It manipulates the mind and everything.
It's funny you say that because people were saying to me, and I'm not going to get into specifics, oh, this guy, he's disinfo, he's misinformation. They were already trying to destroy the credibility of the man before I even interviewed him. And I thought what he told me was, fascinating. Like what you're saying, he was onto it. But he was very careful of not providing too much specific information. He doesn't want to touch it. He's like 80-something years old now, John. He's up there.
No, the main core is, if you look at the main three, Hal Puthoff, Christopher Green, and John Alexander, they've all been doing this for decades.
Yep.
And they're all in their 80s now.
Yep.
What people don't understand, and again, this is the nuts and bolts UFO people that want to look at it from one way, the way they've been conditioned, which they will never admit that. Christopher Green it was called Mirage Man. They did a documentary book on it.
Yep.
And he talked about how people have been conditioned a certain way about what UFOs are. And eventually, when the truth, if it ever does come out, the people will look at it differently. But the point being is you've been conditioned a certain way, and you won't accept anything outside of that conditioning. And it's no different than Alexander with the work he's worked on and how he's developed and where it's went has come off where you've got to go all the way back. And the Puthoff in his paper was put in to evidence in the hearing with Gresh, which no one caught, but it was. And it was about propulsion systems and what we're going to do. But all this stuff is there for the taking if you be willing to look at it and be open-minded and where we're going technology-wise. But these three people have played a huge part in this for decades.
Yes, totally.
And Puthoff is Stargate, and people don't even know what Stargate's all about and how this all plays and all that.
Well, we won't get into that right now because I'm not keeping you on the phone. One more question for those that are listening right now on YouTube, Rumble, wherever. You're releasing in the fall a non-fiction book along with your co-author Toby Martinez, who's a good friend of ours. What can people find in this book that is different than everything else that has been mentioned revolving around Rendlesham? What is?
Well, first of all, you have to go back to the book I put out in 2020 with James Worrell, and that was called Weaponization of UAPs.
So before you continue, that's a good book to get a start on. That book as a prequel, let's just say, well, what's coming out in the fall, correct?
That's where I was going with this, right? We put out facts and proof about what UAPs are, as far as there is an intelligence out there. It's in combat, and they talk about it. It's there, and they've been studying it, and they've been advancing weapon systems off of it. The question is where is it from? Is it interdimensional? Is it us? Is it us? There's a lot of questions, and that'll be more answered in this upcoming book. But the weaponization book laid out a platform of how this is all going on. And it's interesting, that particular book is now some of the stuff that was talked about in that, they're starting to talk about it and admitting to, because I've been talking about this, and James Worrell's been talking about this for quite a while, about how this is all weaponization, and what we're seeing is a lot of stuff that we've gleaned from what a UAP is. But ultimately, this book will go deeper into the projects, what they do, the capabilities, what happened, how it affects people. And I'm in the middle of FOIAs right now, and one of the FOIAs went to the highest level inside the MOD government. And I'll be curious to see what response I'm going to get back. I was told when it goes to that level, it'll probably be a D-Note response. Most people don't know what D-Note is, but it's all classified. And in fact, I did a FOIA that's in the first book where the MOD admitted to me, and it's in the book, which no one ever really paid much attention to, was they've admitted they've been working on developing weapons off of UAP technology. I got the FOIA that they admitted to doing it, and they put it in the first book.
Okay, but I want to ask you this question because I do have your book. And I'm going to grab it after we hang up. But when you say off of UAP technology, so are you saying there still could be a legitimate connection between reverse engineering stuff from decades ago that evolved into the technology that's being used by our government today for weaponization?
Yeah, it started back in the 40s with
Right.
the Germans and all the different things that they were doing with, including the Foo Fighters. Once they advanced technology into the nuclear field, into radars and all the different systems, it's been evolving off of that all the time. But the UAP itself showed itself based off of what we were doing with frequencies and everything else. Just like with the bombs, they always say it's attracted to nuclear stuff. Well, here's the thing. When they exploded the first nuclear bomb, they realized there was other avenues that you could make bigger bombs and different things, including EMP pulses and everything else. Never mind the advancement of lasers and all this other stuff. But it all goes back to frequencies and everything else, to include time dilation, which they have the ability to do time dilation now. They just came out, the science department came out 3 months ago. You remember
Yep,
this?
yes,
They had
yes.
the ability to manipulate time and space.
Yes.
It's all there in front of us.
Yeah.
The forest before the trees.
It's the
But
technology.
there.
Yeah, the technology.
It's all advancing, but it's coming off of UAPs. So in essence, these guys they're telling you a story that's not based totally, is not true. They're just not providing enough evidence. People don't know about it, but when I got my settlement through McCain's office, these particular guys went straight to McCain's committee for funding for technology advancements. And if anybody just has to look at the 38 DIRTS papers, and those all have to do with technology going forward. And I saw that stuff before it got given to McCain. Okay? It's all coming, people. It's all this technology is coming, and it came from UAPs.
Wow. Well,
So they're real, and they're intelligence, but they're not necessarily biological beings that everybody thinks has to be what UFOs, what they consider UFOs, or
Totally agree.
Life.
Right.
Yeah, life or whatever. Yeah.
right. Well, folks, you need to also, it's going to premiere on Thursday, 5:30 to 6 p.m. Eastern on KGRA YouTube, it's already there. I already set it up on X at Global Radio Live and on Facebook, KGRA Digital Broadcasting. By the end of the week, before the show airs, it'll be on Rumble, KGRA DB. You need to tune in and just watch this first of 22 animated chapters of The Green Veil, which it's sci-fi because it's fictionalized characters, but that's just because he had to, and he went, he used his own personal experience when he wrote this, and you'll see where it goes from there. But you need to watch chapter 1. It starts Thursday.
Can I throw one more thing in, Bill?
Go ahead, of course.
Okay, people need to watch for AI what's coming, because that actually plays into this whole UAP thing.
Well, like ChatGPT, like that, like getting information.
No, I'm talking about just artificial intelligence in general. Yes, ChatGPT is something that you tie into artificial intelligence, but it actually goes deep into how AI exists and where it comes from.
Oh.
There's a whole thing with AI. Not only is it starting a collective, think of it like Star Trek. Remember the Borg?
Yes.
And how they all brought all kinds
assimilation.
Yeah, it's called simulation. It's called consciousness.
Yeah.
And what they're doing is they're living off a current biological consciousness. And what I mean with they're learning off of the people, because there's a difference between consciousness when it leaves the biological body and it's out there in the collective. There's a collective out there where it goes. And then when it comes into the biological body. Right now, AI is growing and becoming more powerful every day based off the biological consciousness that it's having access to. But with quantum, they're working on tapping into consciousness that's not in the body. In fact, there's been papers out there already that's showing that they're learning, they're trying, or they're in the process of taking consciousness that's not in the body and putting it in AI. So right now, AI is growing from biological consciousness, but when the consciousness separates from the body, it's a whole different avenue.
So they're trying to tap into that now?
They're trying to put that into, because here's the problem they're having, okay? AI, which grows, and it's funny how just in the last year they've talked about this, where these drones and stuff, used to be the drone was controlled, right, by satellite stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you could take the drone down by cutting the communications. Well, now they have self-learning drones. So they've got them uploaded, and they're not being controlled from the ground. They control themselves based on the programming that's put in there. But what they're having a problem with is the AI is overtaking the actual programming, because it's self-learning, and it finds, like, in other words, they have a program to take on the system or do this or that, right? And it goes in there, well, it learns even more because it's quicker, and then it does something that they may not want it to do, or they lose control of it. So what they're trying to do is take consciousness and put it into the AI that's not being controlled by the person. Now, they're also working on, like what remote viewing was, where the mind can control the AI. So the consciousness is still in a biological container, as they call it, or your body, and they control it that way. But what the problem with that is that it's an issue getting people trained to do that. So they're trying to now take consciousness that's separated from the container or the biological body,
right,
and put it into the thing to try to control AI taking completely over.
Dude.
And this is not I'm not making any of this stuff up, people. This isn't conspiracy stuff. You just need to do a little research and you'll find it. You'll find that this is all going on right now as we speak.
Have you ever seen, because I haven't seen the whole thing, and the second one's in the theater now, the Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning, the first one?
Which one?
It's
Mission Impossible recently. Which one was
it's not the one that's in the theaters now, because that's part 2, but
Right.
part 1, Dead Reckoning, and it has to do with an AI, and I'll just give it away right now. The movie starts off with a Russian sub, and they have this AI that's controlling its invisibility and all this stuff. And
that's exactly what it is. It involves plasmas and the propulsion system.
Yes.
Now, the interesting thing about the propulsion system, Bill, is when people are losing why the propulsion system is they're talking is about this. The propulsion system in the computing creates the bubble, which is the time dilation bubble, which is exactly how you can do interstellar travel and everything else. And that was all laid out by Hal Puthoff, and that particular paper was submitted as evidence during the Grish hearing, okay, which nobody caught except for a few people. And that was submitted as hearing because the actual ability to create what you're talking about with the Russian sub, but it does take quantum computing and artificial intelligence because that was always the holdback. It was the energy source and the computing.
The speed of the processing, yes.
Because they're working on tanks. That was one of the rumors that have come out now. They're looking at going after contractors for fraud. That was something that's been out in the last month or two. But the interesting thing was one of the things that Puthoff got a contract for was working on tanks based off the Bisma that Linda Moulton House sold to the to them, and they sold to the government.
Yep.
But the effect of it creates a time dilation bubble. But the problem they had was the community system couldn't keep up with it. So now we're getting into the Philadelphia experience stuff that everybody said was fraud, where you actually create this particular bubble, but the problem is it's supposed to go from A to B, but the computer can't keep up, and it ends up being somewhere else.
Right.
It comes back, which if you study time dilation, it'll tell you it's still there. It's just in a different dimension, slowed up or sped up or slowed down, depending on what they're doing, which takes an energy field and a plasma bubble to do it. And so as you're going to fire on it or see it, what they call in Star Trek is cloaking. It's not cloaking. It really disappears because it slows up or speeds down.
Right.
So if you even try to take it on, it won't be there. It won't be in the dimension that you're firing on.
And also,
it looked like it disappeared, but it really did, but not the way most people think it did.
And you know what's funny? It all connects in a weird way to the Tic Tac because it has that ability to do maneuvering to avoid it being confronted in any case by, like you said, slowing down, speeding up.
Yeah, but it also throws off countermeasures, which would screw up what you see visually and on radars.
Yes.
But the other thing is what people didn't want to listen to or understand is the first incident with the Nimitz was when they upgraded all the systems on the ships.
That's why they did it.
Sensors and radars. No, but it was the area it was taking place in, Catalina Island.
Right.
If you study Catalina Island, you'll know what I'm talking about, what's there and the capabilities it has and the technology they have active or working on. You go to the next one, what aircraft carrier was it? I can't remember.
Nimitz?
It was the one off the East Coast. No,
Oh.
it was the second one.
Oh, I don't remember
It was the Lincoln or whatever.
Right.
It happened off Florida.
Right.
Well, guess what's down there, guys? That's where all stealth is developed and worked on. There's a huge facility down there and the same kind of technology and stuff that's off Catalina Island. It just happens to be Air Force.
Yeah, because it's obviously it makes sense because you have one on the Pacific and one in the Atlantic.
Yeah, but what they've done is they've got the energy sources that are able to do it smaller now and stuff. A lot of advancements have taken place in the last 10 years.
But that's it. But that's it, John. You nailed it. Because when the Philadelphia so-called experiment was going on, it took an enormous amount of power to generate. Now they can
Not as much as you think, because they use Mark's generators, which most people don't want to listen to. But when I challenged Salas the story, which is interesting enough, he doesn't want to accept it, could be something else. But what the people described, they saw plasmas. They saw a UAP, not a hardened craft. And the SAGE system was tied into all this technology, and there were Mark's generators there, and it was tied directly into the launch sites, which created an effect. And one of the arguments was, well, wait a minute, why would we test that? Well, they're trying to test the vulnerability of nukes and take them down and everything in the community system. But they said, well, then they brought it back on in 3 days. We couldn't have done that. We would have fried it. Well, wait a minute. They're saying that the aliens came in and hit us, but we were able to figure it out what they did to us in 3 days. We couldn't figure out if we were doing our own testing on it, how to do it, and what to do. That's the whole problem with all of this.
But the thing is, John, what better scenario than to test it on our own to know that it could possibly work against our adversaries? That makes total sense.
Well, that's what they do. We have the best systems in the world.
Right.
Or the UK does, United Kingdom and America have the best systems in the world, technology-wise. Go Chinese trying to catch up, but we have the best. And the thing is we have to test it on the best to see how it's going to work.
Exactly. It makes total logical sense.
And both incidents that took place with the Navy were on ships that were out doing training that weren't armed.
Right.
In other
Yes.
words, they weren't armed, they weren't capable. And I remember arguing with Kevin Day on that, and Kevin Day said, well, if that was the case, if they would have launched a missile, it would have locked in on this, but it wouldn't have nothing. It would have went for this, couldn't lock in, it would have returned back and hit the closest object, which would have been the aircraft.
And here's another,
I
because
said, isn't that a beautiful countermeasure?
Yep.
That you shoot a missile at something and then it disappears. And
Exactly.
It comes back and destroys the person, the object that sent it.
dude, remember they also said, because it was Kevin Day and there was another individual, I can't remember his name, but he was out there a lot too, talking about this at the time. They came in by helicopters, landed, and took all the information. Of course they did. They wanted to see. They wanted to
They
do.
were analyzing the data.
Exactly.
But also what was interesting about that, they wouldn't talk about it, which I understood at first, because technically it's classified information.
Right.
But there are countermeasures that can screw up radars.
But see,
And
that's
if you can put them in these smaller objects, they can create all kinds of effects on radar, which is called countermeasures, which makes the radar see something that's not there or what it's doing.
but that makes all the sense, John. Of course they're gonna do it.
Favor, I called him on this and he admitted to it, but he claimed they weren't using the helmet that day. As far as they had it on, but it wasn't activated. But those new helmets all tie back to the God's helmet.
Right.
If you go back, ties back to Green and all those guys in Persinger's work.
This is so multifaceted. There's so many layers. There's so much stuff involved here. That's why I said to start this conversation, people can come out with all this stuff that they put out as hype, but like a person like you, who really knows a lot of what's going on, that to me is what's invaluable. To know what the real stuff that's going on and how it all ties into weaponization and all the programs as far as the military is involved. And that's only what we know, and I'm sure it's a lot more.
Well, one last thing for people to look at it, anybody that listens to this, look at an agency that most people know nothing about called Net Assessment. And take a look at the guy that ran it up until he just passed recently. His name was Andy Marshall. And this particular guy's nickname was Yoda. So take it from there. What I'm talking about advancement in advanced technologies and where they're going and how it is so close to Star Wars.
Oh gosh, I don't doubt it, dude. I don't. Not especially
that
coming.
last book that Toby and I just put out. We laid out a path of how's advanced and the people involved and what agencies are in it. So it was only 84 pages, but it was to set up the second book, which is coming out with all my experiences and everything else, which will be followed by the third book that'll lay it out where we're going.
Do you know what's crazy too, John? Do you know what's crazy? Because it even makes even more sense in the congressional hearing sense is that they keep saying NHI, non-human intelligence. Well, where does that point to? AI. Do you know what I mean?
But here's the other thing that you have to understand. These committees are like minor league committees, and they'll get mad at me, but I could care less. There's only one group in Congress that has access to some code word sensitive stuff.
The Gang of Eight?
And that is the Gang of Eight.
Yep.
And the rest of them don't. You just have to listen to these guys. Every once in a while they slipped up a code word sensitive. They'll say, these chair committees, they don't have access to this.
Yep.
These guys don't have the clearance.
Yep.
They don't get the briefings on it and stuff. The only people that do are the Gang of Eight.
Yep.
And they're not going to say a word.
No, and that's I keep saying that unless it's taken serious where the Gang of Eight are present at a congressional hearing, then we're talking something. That's why I said if we're having it in a.
Guess who I was invited to meet with and I declined?
Remember, we're live.
The Gang of Eight.
Well, that's why I say you really need to pay attention to this release on Thursday, the premiere of The Green Veil, because right from the get-go, John goes with it. You got to see this. I'm not giving out any spoilers. You just got to tune in, folks. You've got to tune in because you'll see. Just watch it. Just watch it Thursday, 5:30 p.m. Eastern, and you'll see what I'm talking about and the connection to what he's discussing right now. And I'm not saying no more. That's the biggest hint I'm going to give. So you need to pay attention to it and watch it because this is the first of 22. You don't want to miss it because as it goes on. And I believe John said, I think it's from episodes 11 onward, it really gets intense. Is that correct, or 12?
No, they're all pretty good.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I rewrote where I was going from 12 forward to 22 completely changed, and it's a whole different message because I felt like it needed to be told because the way it was going to go was more really sci-fi. The way it goes now is actually kind of what's about to happen. So, and sci-fi is whatever sci-fi comes out. If you think about it, is usually the future of where we're
I
going
totally agree,
anyway, in
dude.
a lot of
Sci-fi
ways.
becomes sci-fact in a lot of cases.
Yeah, mostly. A lot of times, maybe not completely, but
A lot. Majority of the time, dude. It's like they're privy to... Go ahead.
The one thing I'll leave it on people is this. That's not by accident because all you have to do is do research on think tanks, and you go back and these think tanks that are looking to the future of technology and how it'll affect humanity and everything else. They do two things. One, they go ahead and they're working on it, and then when they put it out, they're conditioning the humanity to to be more used to it when it comes out.
Right.
It's just like with
A
Star
preparation.
Trek and all this other stuff. And there was a one that I liked. It was called Cyber Command, and they were talking about this guy had what he did was they had a chip in him that he could connect to all intelligence. So he was a walking computer, but that's all coming. All this stuff that they put out, usually that they'll put out today, it's probably R&D if not already operational.
Oh, definitely it's R&D. No doubt. For military application.
And it's in basic, or sometimes it's still on the drawing board. But the bottom line is a lot of it'll be future what's going to happen.
But Elon's even talked about it publicly, about the chip. And inserting it in one's...
That's what I mean. The Cyber Command was about 5 years ago. Well, then Elon just started talking about it, right?
Exactly.
All this is going on.
Uh-huh.
All this is going on.
Oh, yeah. Well, listen.
But just remember, if people take the chip, it can be reversed on you. It's just like they can watch your computer, what you're doing. If you took a chip in your mind, not only could you evaluate like a computer and look at stuff, they could look at everything you're thinking and what you're doing.
And not to, like you said about this earlier, and also the consciousness of biological. You know what I mean? Tapping into that, which they're already doing.
What their goal is they want to take the consciousness from the mind and integrate it with the chip.
Exactly.
That's what they're doing.
Exactly, and this is the beginning of that. Even inserting it in one's
Well,
brain.
it's not the beginning. It's already going on.
You know what I mean, though. That's like the stages. This is the beginning of that whole stage of moving forward.
My guess
Incorporating.
is there's probably people doing it right now that have volunteered to do it or involuntarily are doing it.
Yep.
That they don't even know they're doing it. And people say, "Oh, that can't be possible." Trust me, just go back in history and look at how many times. Look at MK Ultra. MK Ultra was the start of all this, which was what people don't understand.
Yep. There's plenty of information out there. Like I said, Mirage Men, The Men Who Stare at Goats. Was that the movie that they made with Clooney?
That was all about Stargate. They just took it. That was when the Army took it over after they farmed it away.
But
They farmed it away.
the proof is, that it's out there. Like you said, if you do enough research and look into certain areas.
What was the one that they traveled through a time? What was the one? It was an Air Force one. They did it on the Star. What was it? Stargate.
Stargate, yeah.
Yeah, the Air Force was involved in that project. In fact, the guy that was the chief of staff of the Air Force at first, and then he became over the whole thing, Joint Chiefs of Staff, was in that, and they used NORAD as the sign, and they had the ability to travel. They showed bodies traveling, but in reality, it wasn't the physical body didn't travel. The mind travels into a different dimension.
Even the movie The Final Countdown about the Enterprise, I think it was, or it might have been the Nimitz.
It wasn't the Enterprise, it was the Nimitz.
It was the Nimitz, yeah.
It
And
was the first nuclear aircraft that we ever had.
oh, dude, just like that, like opening up a portal to travel back in time. I'm like, then you had the movie The Philadelphia Experiment. There's so many hints of like what was to come. You know what I mean?
Well,
It's
the crazier thing about the Nimitz, which people didn't really take into account, that movie was made in 1980.
Yeah,
Okay?
yeah.
41 was when World War II started, right?
Yeah.
what it showed for real what just 39 years of technology advancement
True.
could change everything. So if you think about the fact that if 30, 40 years from now, whatever they're doing in the future, they could come back and manipulate. Now, the Indian was the best, right? Do you remember the Indian?
When he met him in the limo?
No, it was the air commander that got left behind.
Yes, yeah, in the car, in the vehicle.
And they were basically implying the advancement that happened in 39 years was partly because of he went back and manipulated it.
Yes,
And it
that was a great catch at the end of that movie. That was.
But most people didn't catch that either.
That was the whole point of it. It was like, holy shit! Look, that was a great part of the movie. The end, obviously. Anyway,
Yeah.
don't forget, I need another thing from you to send me so I can check it out. You know. Number 2.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That's in the process of being completed right now.
Okay, and we're already loaded for Thursday, so we're good to go. So thank you for taking the time on your Sunday to join us for a little bit. I appreciate that. And I'm sure people that are watching and listening right now appreciate it as well. So I will be in touch. Keep me posted if anything develops. And you have a great rest of your Sunday, John.
Yeah, talk to you later, man.
All right, later.
Yeah, bye.
Bye. And that's why I say, and he's official. It's not like all this other stuff you hear about. You don't know, like I know, like some of the stuff that goes on behind the scenes. They really want John to testify. And we're talking high level. They want him. But it has to be under the right circumstances, if ever. And, you know, they I always say this too. Does anybody think they're going to release classified materials? Forget about aliens, UFOs, all that shit. Forget about that. Put that shit to the side. The core of it is anything in relation has to do with our national security and the weaponization and the military industrial complex. Because then they're going to have to say, well, that's actually, if you release classified information, it may not be alien bodies, or it might be, and I'm not saying that that's not what happens. I'm saying it could reveal projects that are either currently underway or have been done in the past or they're working on for the future. You don't want to open that can of worms because it could connect directly to a black project that's going on right now. They don't want nobody to know about it. And that's why, like he said, and I always said it, the Gang of Eight, I am not taking no hearing seriously until I see it being done, not in a side room with a few congressional people. Well, when it's taken serious, when I see some serious people sitting there, but they're not going to do that. Because if you noticed, when they were trying to create amendments for this, it was people on the upper knocking that shit down and saying no. Why? They're protecting. Now, don't get me wrong. There are things that should never be released to the public because it's classified. It's national security. Well, we're just going to let our adversaries, even our allies, everybody spies on each other, allies and adversaries alike. We all spy on each other. That's nothing new. So it's the same way we don't want our adversaries to know, we may not want our allies to know either. Because down the line, some of this technology will be sold to them like we sell planes and everything else, missiles and, you know, but before we do that, we're already here. Think of it as a logical approach. Would you sell somebody equipment that is equal to what we have now? Or we're here and now we're able to sell you this technology? Because a lot of the technology you sell, what are they going to do? They're going to reverse engineer it itself and try to develop it on their own. The Chinese steal secrets from us all the time. And that's how they get their advancements, because they're stealing from us intellectual property. But we're way ahead. But don't think that our allies wouldn't want that information too, because sure they do. So everything makes sense to if you put it all together. But all this other noise, I'm focused more on the angle that John is discussing. This is the more serious lane to go down here. To me, my opinion. And this is all Grandize's fault in chat, by the way. He started this. It's a good thing, though. But they're not good. I say it so many times, and I've been saying this shit for years. The Grush one, you know. But I don't want to hear about a documentary with 50 whistleblowers or 100 whistleblowers or X amount of whistleblowers coming forward unless there's something to back it up. Would you be a whistleblower to come and sit somewhere at a hearing and being asked questions from really, how would I say, I'm being careful how I say this. People that haven't been in Congress for too long? Or would I rather be taken serious with the Gang of Eight present, even if it's in a classified hearing? Which, like John said, people would get angry because it's set in a classified hearing. It's not going to be for the public. But at least to show there's some serious interest. But when you do it in a public hearing, in a side room, with a few members of Congress who really don't have much time under their belts, does that alone show you how serious they're taking it? Really? They don't have that rank. They don't have that classification. They can't even get into a skiff because they don't have the classification to go into the skiff to see the classified material related to what the hell they're looking into. And then you see them, oh, we can't even get into a skiff. We were denied access to this. Because you don't have the classification, because the ones that do don't want to touch this. That's why they're not at the hearings. So it's all fluster and show and trying to show that we're taking this serious. Bullshit, we're not. Because you're never going to see that information that's really vital to whatever's being put in a hearing, because it's classified at such a level they can't even show you anything. And like, I think it was Lou Elizondo that said, yeah, there's stuff that they could declassify to show to the public. Like what? Like really, what? I mean, anything that's of value will never be released. It's so frustrating. So when I hear this is going on, to me, that's people trying to stay relevant in the field to keep stuff going. You know what I mean? Because things quiet down, you want to try to keep the interest there, people paying attention to it, because then it just goes away. So you're trying to keep the public interest there. You're trying to keep it going. But I think right now, the government has a lot of other more serious things to be paying attention to than UAP hearings, don't you think? I almost put myself on fire. So, I'm not. Like somebody told me, I'm not going to mention names, they were going to schedule hearings for September. I heard that's off. From a very reliable source. And I cannot reveal because I'm not going to put their name out there. So, who knows? And like John said, and he hinted at it, That's the next card to play. Subpoenas. There could be a hostile list of people that they want, but people have turned it down. Now, John has turned it down. So he is considered a hostile person because he turned on appearing at a hearing and doing it. So they may subpoena him. You hear this all the time and all the other shit that goes on in Congress. When someone refuses to testify, what do? They issue a subpoena to get them to come, force them to come. You may see that happen. That's the next step, probably. Subpoenas. Not voluntary. Subpoena people to appear. That's considered hostile because you're forcing them to come and appear. That's where it's going, maybe. And that's why I wanted to bring John on, because John, I don't know if people underestimate John. Don't. That would be a big mistake. And I am not going to say much more about the Rendlesham stuff because there's a lot of stuff yet to come. And I know a little bit, quite actually a little bit, of things that are coming by fall, winter. There's stuff coming. And it does revolve around Mr. Burroughs and some others. And I don't know. That's why I'm telling people, just don't watch The Green Veil, because I'm telling you to watch it. Like, there is a message in that, though. It's sci-fi because these characters have been Jack Barrett, there's names that have been changed, so it's fictionalized because there's been, but it really revolves around Rendlesham. Then the book is coming out that he was mentioning, that he and Toby wrote in the fall. Then something else is coming after that, a documentary revolving around all of Rendlesham. So there, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot more attention focused on the events at Rendlesham in the months, definitely the months to come. That's as far as I'm going to go to say it. So everybody else could pay attention to those other shiny objects. I can tell you, do you know how many people and news organizations and others have been trying to get their hands and have John Burroughs come forward and participate in something? His name has been dropped numerously around so many different news programs, but they don't have the person. What good is it if you don't have the direct witness involved? Oh, well, John Burroughs of Rendlesham experienced, and this happened, but they really would love to have him badly. But John said no. John really doesn't want, he just wants to live out his life in peace. But he's decided to, you know what? I'm just going to deal with this right now. And I'm just going to say what I have to say. People could take it for what it's worth. I'm going to provide information. I have documents. I have emails. I have whatever. And he'll leave it to everybody else to make a judgment. Now, who knows, in some time in the future, we would see John Burroughs at a future hearing. Who knows? I don't know. And right now, it's not at a place where he would do it because there's other details involved, which I'm not going to get involved to talk about, that it's a hell no. I got to put the air on. It's a hell no. And I don't blame the guy. Grandizer. So that's why, Grandizer, when you brought up, and I don't, oh my God, it's almost 2 o'clock. When you brought up individuals' names, I will not ever throw anyone under the bus because I have respect for those people. I do. I don't ever do that because everybody's trying to work their angle and trying to get to the truth. And to me, that's important. But if they're doing it the right way, and I know that that one person is, and I'm not going to mention the name. I know that person is. My God, I'm starting to sweat in here. But when people start speculating because they're putting in their own 2 cents, that's not going to work. Look at all that smoke. It's so bad out there. You can't see it. I got to put the air on. There's no way. Let me put the air on. I'll be right back. But my focus is on other things. I would love to see Robert Salas, who's a dear friend, and I love him and his wife, Marilyn. I would love to see Salas testify. But see, the cog, the thing that got thrown in the wheel, but we knew this. We knew this. That the Tic Tac was not extraterrestrial. There were still people out there believing it was. No. I've said it for years. That's ours. It makes total sense to test something. Like he said, they had no live munitions. They had a drill going on, and they decided to do this test to see how they would respond and react and pick up the new systems that were installed to see the detection. And then after all the testing was done, what did they do? They land their helicopters, take the information, the data, and take it with them because they want to do analysis on it. And this was in 2004. This is 20 years ago. And like he said, they already evolved. This Tic Tac technology has already evolved over those 20 years. So, a lot of it, oh no, I know that. You didn't. I know you didn't. No, I didn't say you did. No. You just asked me if I knew anything about it. No. I know what you're saying, Grandizer. Oh, no, I didn't say that. You didn't. Nobody was thrown under the bus. But you brought about the hype. I was focusing more on the hype. There's always hype. But I got to put this air conditioner on because I'm starting to like sweat in here. Maybe it's because of the conversation. What happened was a lot of people discredited or discounted that, because it was really the Salas incident that, okay, breaking U.S. and EU reach a tariff agreement of 15%. That just came up on my computer. So the EU and the U.S. reached a trade agreement, 15%. But it involves Salas, and Salas is saying no, it couldn't have happened that way, and that's for Robert Salas to address. And a lot of people were saying, oh, now we're going to say a lot of UAPs are our technology being tested on military sites and civilians as well. Well, you know what? Yes, that doesn't explain all of it, but it sure could be a component of what was going on, because it makes total sense. And you have people out there saying, no, it's not. It's UFOs. It's aliens. And are you kidding? Because they just want to keep that hype of extraterrestrial and all that shit alive. Now, I'm not saying that that's not happening. All I'm saying, a lot of what goes on, it was created with our technology, research, development, testing, and is it, like he said in our history, have we not tested on humans and people before? So this is something that's not to be expected if they did it now or in the past? I mean, really? Come on. Of course they would. And it's classified. And like he said, there are a lot of people out there that may have suffered from, like he said, medical, emotional, mental, whatever. And they can't get no compensation to cover and explain why they're suffering from these medical issues because they're not acknowledged. They're not, like he said, that's what makes Rendlesham different, because they acknowledge they suffered those medical injuries during that event in 1980 at Rendlesham. But there's a lot of other people out there. Let's say you were part of an experiment and you were in the field and you suffer from radiation, but it's top secret. So if you have medical issues in the future and it was part of a top secret program, how do you get that medical coverage when it's top secret to get your information, your documents, your medical records that associated to what you experienced back then? That is the result of, look at 9/11. Look at 9/11 and all those people that passed away that are still suffering from medical issues connected to 9/11. So it happens. It's not out of the ordinary. So when I see people talking stuff, I'm like, really? Really? I'm gonna put the air on. You can never say 100% because you can't. But the high probability for example, in 1995, which I have it documented and it's on a site on Newfork, I saw something in 1995 on June 10th. It was boomerang shaped. It didn't look like necessarily like that, but it had the 5 lights. This is before the Phoenix thing, 97. I saw something in 95. Now, what I seen definitely in my mind could have been some part of a top secret military program. But in the one in Montauk, when I flashed the light on the ocean and the whole sky just appeared with different colors flashing and all kinds of weird shit, that I don't know what that was. So both can be true. Both can be true. But to say definitively that no, it's not a result from our government testing some kind of a weapons platform and doing that, and saying that doesn't happen, of course it happens. It happens all the time. Look at history. And like I said, I'm not saying, yeah, Mom seen it too. She didn't really see it because she ran to the hotel. But I have a friend that was there. Mom's friend was there. He's seen it. Next time he comes over, I'm going to have him come on with me and he'll talk about it. Oh no, I was on the beach. I wasn't drunk. I was definitely fishing for striped bass. I might have had a beer or two, but everybody's seen it. It was something that would, even if you were wasted, would make you stone cold sober after seeing what you're seeing on the ocean. It was just amazing. It was unbelievable. Unless it was some kind of mass hallucination. Mom ran. She was gone. She's like, where's Mom? I see her running, and she's already running to the hotel on the beach. I'm like, holy shit. And then my mom's friend Abe was there, a few other people. And I'm like, and then I have the video that Christopher Garetano told me about a shark fisherman that was to the north looking south, and he's on the water and sees the same thing. I'm like, Chris goes, Bill, you gotta see this. You're not gonna believe it. I was like, holy shit. That's when he made the Montauk Chronicles. It was a deleted scene. Now that captain, that person is no longer with us, because Chris told me at the time. This is years ago. I don't even know when the Montauk Chronicles was released. This is years ago. Alexa, what year was Montauk Chronicles released?
Montauk Chronicles was released in January 2015.
2015. Chris, the man who made the movie, told me about this in like 2014, 2015. I was like, what? So, that one, like the one I got above my house, I think that was some type of militarized drone, now that I think about it. I don't know what that was. It had a triangular shape. And it definitely had a bright, let's call it a light, a bright light in the front, two smaller ones in the back, make the outline, it's a triangle. And it curves, and then it stops briefly, and then brightens up, propulsion, out. That's probably ours. And I caught it. And it was up there. It was way up there. So, who knows? The point I'm trying to get to here is, I don't know what the origin is. Is it something that we created with technology? Is it something else? I don't know. But I'm starting to, like, as John Burroughs filling in a lot of the blanks of all these different programs that have been going on and leading up, it makes total sense that a vast majority is our technology related to the military. And that's why you'll never see any disclosure at all, because it's all tied to the military industrial complex and these projects that are so top secret that you'll never ever gonna get information about it, ever. So as far as disclosure, no, never, because they're not gonna release anything pertinent, documents that relate to any of this. There's no way. Everybody wants alien bodies and this and that. You're looking possibly in the wrong direction. Maybe crash, it could have happened. We have crash retrieval, and there were bodies on board, like, who was it? Don tracked down somebody that allegedly was there and seen the bodies. I think it was 4 of them. 3 were dead, 1 was still alive. I don't know if it was at Wright or at Roswell. I don't remember the details, but Don told me about this. Actually, he brought it up on the show this past week. Who's to say it's not reverse engineering or back engineering, something that we recovered, and that's how the technology just advanced as they're trying to figure out how this works, propulsion, what are some of the advanced technological advances that we could use from this one object and advance our own systems. Who knows? I don't know. But it makes you freaking wonder. Like now, you know, you even had a congressional member come out about the Tic Tac. I can't think of his name. Burleson? Was it Burleson? Let me look it up. And like I said, there's a lot of stuff Was it him? I might have it wrong. Who was the one? Okay, let me just do it a different way. I may be wrong with the name. Okay, I've got to go on recent. I hate this sometimes. Past month. I put... If anybody else knows it, let me know in chat. It's not that. Oh, it is Burleson. I knew about this before Christina talked about it. That's the news she broke 4 days ago? But I didn't say nothing. I should, right? I should just go out and say stuff like this. Because you have to be careful. Like, I know somebody in Congress that knows a lot more, but I won't mention their name. Because I'm not going to be irresponsible to do something like that. And yes, they're currently... So what this post says, Congressman Eric Burleson drops bombshell evidence that Lockheed Martin had developed 3 generations, which is what Burroughs was referring to, of the Tic Tac UFO technology. A new insider has come forward with video documentation showing the evolution of these craft. Let me see. He has video of the first, second, and third iteration. Burleson revealed. This is what the congressman said, and has direct access to classified information. So that's probably what Grandizer was referring to. I ain't saying nothing. I'm not saying a word, so I'm not going to be irresponsible. Let me see. Oh, interesting that he's there. Hold on. I gotta eat. Okay. I'm gonna read from a totally different source. Here we go. This is what sets me off right away. Flags come up immediately. Even though it's a congressman that's saying this, but I know of another congressman that has made claims of seeing stuff too, which I won't talk about. I'll just say red sphere or orange sphere that is not of this world, which Ryan Graves describes. I'm going to leave it at that. But let's focus on this right now. Oh my God, and if that person's connected, then I really have my doubts. Representative Burleson's latest statement has reignited debates over UFO technology. He revealed he's in contact with a source. Here we go with this fucking source shit. Here we go with this source stuff. This is what drives me nuts. Claiming that the U.S. has a cutting-edge propulsion system linked to the infamous Tic Tac UFO, suggesting Lockheed Martin's involvement. The assertion has sparked significant interest and skepticism in equal measure. There's a purportedly possesses, the source has supposedly a video illustrating the evolution of the Tic Tac, featuring the first 3 iterations. I did see a photo. It's nothing that I've ever seen. This could potentially shift the existing dialogue surrounding UAP. Now, could that be done on purpose? I talked to a scientist in 2018 that told me it was something that we were making and the Russians were working on too. So this, for some of us, this is not a surprise and it's not even new news. I would be scared to call the person, the scientist that I talked to. And I have his number, which I could do. So until we see this alleged video, is it released? Is it out there? I want to see it. Are they going to show it? Don't talk about it if you're just teasing it and never putting it out there, because you know it's going to be analyzed. Ma, what's going on? So why don't you go to the other one? I don't get it. And here's the different sentiments that are going on in relation to this. There's optimism. Some hope for revolutionary aviation technology. Aviation technology regarding what? Civilian or military applications. That's obvious. Others doubt the veracity of the claims, giving the lack of concrete evidence. I always say, until we have evidence, it's bullshit. I have no interest at all unless evidence is presented. I'm tired of the hype. I'm tired of the bullshit. Either show us something or don't say nothing at all. Don't tease without evidence. Give me a break. Frustration. Many express weariness over repeated claims lacking substantiation. I'm one of those. 100%. I'm one of those. Enough is enough. And think about it this way. Are we surprised that they're not working on other propulsionary systems right now that are advanced 20, 30 years ahead of us? When we see new planes rolling out or new... Are we not surprised when we hear there's new propulsion? Of course there is. They've been working on this shit for decades. Is this a surprise? Is this surprise people? It shouldn't. Wow. We have breakthrough. I have papers which I need to find. And I can't find it on my computer. And I had documents going back to 2008 about them hiring contractors to look into breakthrough technology because of after what happened at the Tic Tac. I had those documents somewhere. I just can't find them. But I actually have those documents. It was a form that they had to fill out, the contractors, to be participating in these government contracts to look into breakthrough technologies, propulsion, etc. This is not new. It's like, what the hell are people that not in the loop? And again about the video. And look. Here's another one. Comments show skepticism about the credibility of these claims, raising questions about military involvement in technological suppression. Duh. Of course. I mean, John Burroughs just rolled it all out there. Duh. Of course they're going to suppress it. It's national security. It's top fucking secret. That's why I say this is all bullshit until we see evidence. Unless I see evidence, like I said, I don't care what a whistleblower says. I don't care what anyone says until we see evidence. Then we're talking. And then that evidence has to be analyzed, proven to be authentic in nature, not some AI created, generated thing or altered in any way. I wonder what Lockheed thinks about this if this video were to come out showing what they've been working on. What's Lockheed's take on this? So somebody was there with a camera filming in Lockheed when they're working on all this stuff? Oh, that person's in big fucking trouble. It's classified. So how did the video get created? How did that leak out? Because he had access to that classified information. So, do you know what I mean? Yes. See, but the drip drip doesn't go to civilian use first, Genghis. It's always the weaponization and how it can be used through military applications. It's never... It drips down eventually, but it's not going to go right to the civilian part of it. It's going to the military first and foremost. Any technology is going to go to the military to see what they can do with it first. And then it might drip, drip, drip down to civilian use. For hell no. It's not going to go into civilian hands first. Does that make any sense? No. Hold on, I got to close the door because she has that habit. of leaving the door open. The refrigerator's open too. Yeah. What? Watch that food, watch that pie. There's flies flying around. Put that food away. Oh my God. I'm going to, there was a Russian scientist involved too, working on it. I mentioned this. You should look him up. I gave you the hint many times. Eugene Petnikov. He was teaching at the University of Finland. He was working on anti-grav experiments and all that. There's a lot of... when I was told about this in 2018 related to the Tic Tac, because I was talking to this person, I said, what do you think about this Tic Tac? Is it ours? He said yes. And it's not just us. The Russians are working on it too. He told me that right after all this was coming out. And he was right. So this is bullshit. The thing is, there are things you could talk about publicly, and there's things you cannot. And you wait until other people talk about it when it becomes public domain, where then you can address it. Yes, Grandizer, absolutely. We see what they want us to see, but no time sooner than that. Hell no. So it makes sense. Okay, this is all bullshit. I'm gonna see if the person picks up. Now, I may not have him here. Shit, he's on my Skype contacts. I think I gotta call someone. Yeah, he's not on here. He's gonna be on my Teams. I'm gonna call him. That's not saying he might pick up right now, but there. Shit. How do I find out his information? Contact information. Oh, you're fucking kidding me. No. We don't want to do that. Stop. I don't want to call him. No. I don't want to call through here. I'm not a fan of Teams. I can tell you that right now. How can I find out his information? Contact deals are hidden in Teams? Really? I may have to mute. I gotta make another call. Turn on living room light.
Okay.
Oh, I shouldn't do that. Oh, I don't want nobody to try to figure out what I'm doing. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
Hell no. Alright, let's see what happens. I left him a message. Oh, I need to add him to my contacts before I screw that up. He's hard to get in contact with, just like the Russian I just messaged just now. Yeah, the Russian in St. Petersburg that worked on Russian UFO research for a long time. Valerie. What time is it? Fuck, I can't call the Philippines. Because I know he could get me in contact with him. Okay, I saved that. Now, I doubt... that he will contact me right away. I have his email. The person that I contacted provided me with his email. So I'm going to try to get this person on at some point. Here. And he'll tell you about the TikTok. Before all this bullshit that's coming out now. And maybe he'll address some of the things we talked about in 2017. I think I spoke to him about it in 2018. And he's a scientist. He's an engineer. Rockets. So we'll see. I'm going to do my best to try to get this person on. I also would love for Valerie, but it's late in Russia. Actually, it's not that late in Russia. I really wish I could try to do a video call, but he's not online. It's not going to matter. I might leave him a message, though. I don't know if this is going to work. So, are you sure you don't? What do you mean? Why would I want to do that? What's going on with this glitch? Teams, I'll tell you. How the fuck could I do this? Video call. No. That's because I'm using this. It's not going to let me. It's interfering. It's funny because his name is in Russia, but I know his name in Russian. I'm not going to worry about that right now. And you'll hear from the people, scientists, He told me about this, like I said, in 2018. That's why I knew already that this is ours. That it wasn't alien, extraterrestrial. And now it's coming out, but you can't, you got to be careful. Okay. I'm just keeping an eye because you never know if the person texts me. So I gotta pay attention. Damn, I gotta keep Teams open. Just in case. But I would hear the notification on the phone. But I'm telling you, this stuff is so interesting when... I hope he responds. He responded to me March 31st. He said, I'm here, Bill. He said, send me the best way to communicate with you. Email, WhatsApp. I spoke to Klaus last week. I can't believe he's still in the Philippines. Yeah, Klaus has been really busy in the Philippines. I gotta see, how do I look him up, though, on WhatsApp? I can't message Klaus because he's 12, 13 hours or some shit ahead of me. So it's in the wee hours in the Philippines. I don't know if he's searchable. No, don't spell it like that. Get out of here. No. I can't write that in Russian. I gotta give him my WhatsApp. I don't even know what my WhatsApp is. Stop it. The best way to communicate with you is WhatsApp by number? I guess that's how it's done, right? Add me on WhatsApp. I'm done trying for now. But you'll hear some really, really interesting stuff that you've never heard before. If they're willing to come publicly and talk about it. Let me preface it with that. I don't know, but I'm going to ask. I don't see why one won't, because he already probably would agree. I'm trying to actually get him for the show on Thursday with the guys. He is working on something totally different now in Russia, and I don't know if he's going to want to talk about his research in the past regarding something. And he lives in St. Petersburg. I wonder if I can copy. Why is everything hidden on Teams? I can't copy his name. It's written in Russian. God. Teams is just atrocious. It really is atrocious. Can I copy it from here? Yes. Now we gotta go into WhatsApp. And see if it'll find him. No results. So his Russian name did not work in Russian. And I can't find him. I'm gonna have to message Klaus. No results. How's that possible? I've spoken to Klaus through WhatsApp. It's not showing up. So how the hell did I talk to Klaus? It had to be maybe through Teams. That's BS. Okay, he's here. Okay, here's his phone number. Let me try to add it to Teams. That is Teams. Let me try to add it to WhatsApp. What the hell is that? It didn't work. Copy. Now it worked with no results. just sent Klaus a message. Let me look up the number. What? I'm trying to match up the number. Maybe I deleted it. I could have sworn I had his contact on here. I'll just leave this shit alone for now. What do you think about that video? I've showed it to people that are photo video analysts. They wouldn't even put their name attached to it. They say it's such bullshit. That's the response I got, and I shut it down right there. I sent it to people, and I was almost embarrassed on the response that I got from that fucking Ring video. Put it this way, it wasn't good. I can't put myself out there like that on stuff like that anymore. Not a good idea. I tried, but the feedback was not good at all. It was like, don't waste my time with shit like that in the future. But I tried. But I can't burn bridges like that. It's a bullshit video, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, he's sleeping. So again, you got to be careful with the stuff that's out there. A lot of it is AI, fake videos generated. You have to be really careful. And this person that I spoke to said, don't waste my time with video like this. So I won't waste his time again in the future on something like this. So I'm trying to reach out, but I'm just gonna let them message me, to the Russian scientist and to an American scientist who worked on rocket propulsion and other stuff, just to get their thoughts on this whole Tic Tac thing, which I've had conversations with them in the past, so with both of them. And I just hate that they did this. Oh, that's Klaus. Let me see if I have old Valerie messages. This is what he sent me. I actually have past conversations with him, the Russian. Going all the way back so far to 2019. His focus right now is on pyramids. It only goes back to 2017. It doesn't go back further than that. And a lot of the links that he gave me are no longer valid. I can't open them because they're old. None. Zero. So I just gotta wait for him to respond to me. We last kind of texted each other on March 31st of this year. And who knows what he's doing in Russia. What he's working on right now. Anything can be altered. See, anything can be altered. Let me see. Maybe there's some public domain about what he's doing right now. It's probably Russian pyramid stuff. Oh, that's where he's at. No wonder he's unreachable. He's in Bosnia. There he is. Wow, there's Valerie. This was July 19th. Oh my God, look who else is there. Jesus Christ. I don't even want to see that name. 8 days ago. So he's in Bosnia. At a pyramid in Bosnia. No wonder he's not responding. He's there with Michael Tellinger and a few others. Very familiar names on this list. That solved the riddle. This one's in Russian. I can't figure that one out. It mentions his name though. What is this about? It's in Russian. No idea. It's a video. What the fuck is this? Whatever it is, it's not too good. Well, let me just show you. This is the person I'm trying to contact. The video is poor. It was done July 1st. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to share this one. I'm trying to give you some hints, but shit ain't working. Let me see if this one shows him better. Yeah, this is a live video. Let me see if they... That's Tellinger speaking. Oh, here we go. We're going around. Okay. I see Ken Cherry. So this was just a few days ago in Bosnia. They're at the Bosnian pyramid. This is the person I'm going to communicate with right here. And we need to catch up, him and I. That's the person I'm referring to in conversation. Enough said. But he's probably still in Bosnia. That's why he's not responding. So, it makes sense. You gotta remember, anything that comes out in the news, you gotta take it for face value. Whatever happened to the aliens in Florida at the mall? Oh no, that wasn't in Florida. That was in Arizona. Where the fuck was Vegas? Something like that. There's so much shit that happens. They put anything on the news. Doesn't mean it makes it real. That's for sure. So you have to take everything with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? Just because it's on the news doesn't make it true. And a lot of it is just to put the weird stuff out there and let people reach their own conclusions. You know, like strange thing caught on film. Doesn't make it real. It just brings viewers and gets them curious and say, whoa, what was that? It develops interest. Like I said, I can show you a quick... Nah, I'm not even going to tease it. So I'm just going to shut this window down because he's not going to contact me. And I'm waiting for a phone call from another one. I don't know. Let me see if I have it. Alexa, turn on living room light. Then I got to go because I've been streaming for a while and I got to eat. Alexa,
Got
turn...
it.
to go through I had to look through all my books. But I found them, the two of them that I was looking for. These two books. Right here. So one thing that John brought up was John B. Alexander, which I got. He only brought one book to Roswell. And this is the book. He signed it for me. This is one of his books, Reality Denied. John B. Alexander. This is an interesting read. This is the name that John Burroughs brought up a little while ago. And a lot of people have their doubts about him. Like, is he I interviewed him. Part of a disinfo campaign, and then there's another one. So this is just one little preface in here, just to give you an idea who we're dealing with here. Retired U.S. Army Colonel John Alexander, a highly qualified witness and investigator with decades of experience, provides accounts of his first-hand experiences of events and phenomena deemed impossible by the current scientific paradigm. I would have to start to really read a lot of in here, but connecting technology to a lot of what's going on, and people really didn't pay attention. And then the next book is the one that John really talked about. And I have the interview. There's a lot of really interesting books out there. But this is interesting, but this is the one that John brought up. That he and James Warrow, because there is some interesting information in here. I actually have 2 copies of this book. Well, we won't even go into that. But this is a definite book you're gonna want to get before the next book comes out in the fall. Okay, hold on. It just mentioned documentation. The FOIA. The VA settlement. Technology versus the phenomenon. John's DNA. Weaponization of a UAP. 268. This is something I gotta read again. I should read a little bit of this. There we go. As referring back to a quote by Colonel John Alexander, psychotronics may be described as the interaction of mind and matter. While the concepts may stretch the imagination of many readers, research in this area has been underway for years, and the possibility for employment as weaponry has been explored. To be more specific, there are weapon systems that operate on the power of the mind and whose lethal capacity has already been demonstrated. So when you read this, it puts pieces together. The put off paper, that's why he brought up put off. In the Condign report, this is a quote, that unidentified aerial phenomena exist is indisputable, created with the ability to hover, land, take off, accelerate to exceptional velocities and vanish. They can reportedly alter their direction of flight suddenly and clearly, can exhibit aerodynamic characteristics well beyond those of any known aircraft or missile, either manned or unmanned. The phenomenon varies in presentation to the rational mind across time and according to the cultural presets of the specific mind that encounters it. It appears out of seemingly elsewhere, defies classical physics, leaves a deep impression upon the observer, and then returns to from whence it came, leaving wonder and confusion, awe, bewilderment, and scant evidence in its wake. It acts as if it is in a dance with human consciousness, modifying its presentation according to time and place and the mind of the observer. This is an indication of a deep and profound intelligence at work, but there's also something that, if not taken into account, will send nuts and bolts UFOs investigators down a hopeless path, trying to track down the source of what was specifically described in any given report, which may or may not actually be what the witness was dealing with. It also states that the well-reported Rendlesham Forest Bentwaters event is an example where it might be postulated that several observers were probably exposed to UAP radiation for longer than normal UAP sighting periods. As referred to in David Clarke's paper, in his summary, Haddow, author of the Condign report, recommends that UK military should investigate potential methods whereby plasma could be harnessed and used as advanced weaponry. There's a lot in here. You have to get the book to really look into all this. Black projects. the DIA. There's a lot in here. I mean, you would have to get the book. I'm just skimming through. This talks about an ion accelerator in space. The beam experts aboard rocket. BEARS for short. Frequencies. Yeah, this is a book of that is really interesting. The Burroughs book. Okay, so here's an interesting thing. This is from John Burroughs. Because of Project Condign and other documents provided to me, I did several... What?
Beautiful, like a nice song, you know.
I know, I'm reading something, Mom.
And Elvis Presley sings this.
Cool.
It's beautiful.
Let me start over. Because of Project Condign and other documents provided to me, I did several other FOIA requests, with me asking in one of them if they had developed military technology off of UAP. This is the response I received. And it's in here. The actual response. Dear Mr. Burroughs, thank you for your email on 30th March 2014 requesting the following information. Please provide the following records for the years 2011 and 12 up to the date of this email being received. He has a lot of documentation, emails, all kinds of stuff. John is thorough. We wrote to you on the 28th April advising that we were in the process of reviewing information held and would write back to you week ending 29 May 2014. A review of the information has now been completed within the Military of Defense, MOD, and we can confirm that information in scope of your request is held. The information you have requested can be found attached, but some of the information falls entirely within the scope of absolute exemptions provided for a Section 40 personal data and qualified exemptions provided at Section 2 1B Defense, Section 27 1 International Relations, and Section 43 Commercial Interests of the FOIA, and has been withheld. Section 42 has been applied to some of the information in order to protect personal information as governed by the Data Protection Act, 1998. Section 40 is an absolute exemption, and there is therefore no requirement to consider the public interest in making a decision to withhold the information. Section 26 is a qualified exemption and is subject to public interest testing. Remember, whatever they don't want to release to the public, they're not going to release. The public does not have to know. Which means that the information requested can only be withheld if the public interest is in doing so outweighs the public interest in disclosure. Section 26, with all this bullshit, has been applied to some of the information because it gives details of techniques which might be employed on future platforms. Compromise of these techniques years before implementation may result in the reduction in effectiveness and, more importantly, the likelihood that this technology could advance a foreign power's ability to gain tactical advantage. The balance of public interest was found to be in favor of withholding the information, given that overall the public interest is best served in not releasing any details of techniques, the knowledge of which would be likely to provide tactical advantage to our enemies. It's the same shit that goes on here. They're not going to reveal anything. And it goes on. Section 27, blah, 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 international relations, has been applied to some information as it relates to information whose disclosure would be likely to harm UK interests. Section 43 has been applied to some information as this was applied to DSTL, a third party, and contains commercially sensitive information. Probably a contractor, something. The public release which could harm that party's commercial interests. If you are not satisfied with this response or you wish to complain about any aspect of the handling of your request, then you should contact me in the first instance. If informal resolution is not possible and you are still dissatisfied, then you may apply for independent internal review by contacting the Information Rights Compliance Team. And then it says where. Please note that any request for an internal review must be made within 40 working days, blah, 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 blah. If you remain dissatisfied following an internal review, you may take your complaint to the Information Commissioner under the provisions of Section 50 of the Freedom of Information Act. Please note that the Information Commissioner will not investigate your case until the MOD internal review process has been completed. Further details of the role and powers of the Information Commissioner can be found on the Commissioner's website. Yours sincerely, DSTL Secretariat. So this is what John adds. As you can clearly see by their response, UAPs and their development for military use is highly classified and of a defense nature. I hope you enjoy the rest of the book and the accounts of those who have taken the time to contribute. Hopefully it will help you open up to what's really taking place with the weaponization of UAP. This is what it's all about. And I've said it. It's all about the militarized platform, the industrial complex. Alexa, shut off living room light.
Okay.
The public is never going to know. They're never going to disclose this. The public does not need to know. There's another book that I have. There was a case in the early 80s, and it was actually taken to a federal court. The federal court decided against this group trying to get information that the public does not need to know, because it's in the umbrella of national security. There is precedent in a federal court that made this decision. I have the book. It's in the room. So you're not going to know. They're not going to tell you. Too bad. That's what they're saying. Too bad. You don't need to know. This is national security. That's what it comes down to. Yeah, Tycho wants to come in the room. That's the weird bark. Galaku! No, Galaku. Come on. Come on. Well, you barked. Come on. So when I hear a source says there's a video of the Tic Tac, think about the classification of that. Think about, he wants to go outside. Think about criminal charges that can be. How did you obtain this video? Did you secretly record it at Lockheed Martin? Take photos? Oh, but your source says it exists. Are we ever going to see that video? Maybe. Maybe it's fake. Who knows what's going on? Maybe it's part of a disinformation campaign. But until we see it and we know what's going on, as that's an example, take it with a grain of salt. Oh no, you want to go out. That's why you're bothering me. You're going to wait a second. So all this is blah, 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 blah. Without evidence, they can't even obtain the evidence that regards to his own case. He's still trying to get some information, Mr. Burroughs. Now, as far as his medical, he did get, he and Bustinza did get the medical coverage, and thanks in part to John McCain's office for John. I don't know about Adrian, but he has that they acknowledge that he suffered from this medical issue, which is life-threatening, at Rendlesham. It occurred at Rendlesham. So how did it happen? What happened at Rendlesham? What was it all about? They acknowledged it. And John has that. That's why people want to get their hands on John Burroughs. Because they acknowledged that he suffered a medical, life-threatening, serious issue at Rendlesham. Something happened. So what was it? So that pretty much says something did happen at Rendlesham. What is the source? It's not a fucking lighthouse. Like so many other things that are out there. He's gonna drive me nuts till I take him outside. So that's the thing. What was the source? Was it extraterrestrial? Was it interdimensional? Was it a weapon? Was it some kind of a test? Those are the answers. Actually, those are the questions. So, again, speculation, curiosity, all that is fun. But we need evidence. I'm tired of it. I'm tired. This source said this. This person said that. This exists. This person told me that he's seen crashed retrieval craft, bodies. Oh, wait, who's the source? May the source come forward and provide information. Oh, but the source has the video. Is the source willing to come forward with the video and put themselves out there? Just think about, you're taking a video in a secure, classified setting. Do you realize the criminal charges? Is that person willing to go to prison? I mean, you never know. There's photos, video. Until it comes out, pretty much, it's just a source. A source is a source. A source can say anything. How many times on the news do you see, well, a source close to the matter, or a source within whatever, but they never named the source. And they'll say, well, I'm protecting my source. Of course they're going to say that. I need to protect the source. That's my source. I'm not going to reveal. For real. It's for real. May the source be with you. Like, what the... It's so frustrating. If somebody has the courage and really wants to put this all out there and it's true, what if this would have happened? The source makes a deal where the source will be pardoned if they come out with the truth. There's always that possibility, right? Immunity? Pardon? If I come out with this? Let's make a deal? Monty Hall? Do you know what I mean? Yes, I agree, Grandizer. It's they're telling you in so many different places, it's all under national security. How many people in Congress right now have the access to go into a SCIF to even look at this stuff? What classifications do they have? Are they junior senators or junior House members? They don't have that ranking. It is the Gang of Eight. Bottom line, Gang of Eight, like John and I were discussing. Unless it's something on a serious level, well, how can you take it serious? There's nothing going to come out of it. It's, like I said, it's held in a fucking side room. A small room. with a handful of people in the House or the Senate, not even in the Senate, the House, a few people there, asking a few questions, which their staff didn't even fully prepare them for the questions they should be asking the people in front of them. The right questions to ask. It's like, duh. Come on, do the homework. So, again, are we to get excited? I'm not. Bullshit. I'm not getting excited about. It's interesting to hear about. Don't get me wrong. It's interesting. Like, whoa. But until they show us something, credible evidence, then it's just a source, a rumor, speculation. There's nothing tangible there. Nothing that someone can look it over, analyze it. Because it needs to be analyzed, right? Yeah, dog and pony all the way. Dog and pony. Just to keep people strung along. And then you got to say, well, what is the purpose of saying it? Is it for funding? Or some other political gain? Or agenda? Like, why would you mention this? What is this leading into? More funding for Lockheed Martin and all these other aerospace companies and contractors. We need more money. We need more money. R&D, research and development. We need more. Because I swear to you, it always, not always, the vast majority of the time, it's all about the money. And then and I've said this, and I was surprised that Richard didn't know. Dolan, the Atomic Energy Act. And then I have that other document that came out in September of last year where they clarified, and now they say who can get access to classified information. It's somewhere on my computer. I don't have the time to be looking for it, but I have that. And not many people know that that document exists because they didn't do the research. But they did it. My God, I don't know if it's a PDF. It's on my computer somewhere. But it's fascinating. Oh, God. Just trying to search for it will be a nightmare. I need to put my stuff more organized. For real. I need to organize my shit better. It's a new directive. Let me see if I could just search for it while the computer's looking for that PDF. Oh shit, this just pulled up a lot. What is this? I don't know what any of these documents are. Do I just start opening? Oh, that's, my God, that has to do with my old telescope. TSA instruction sheet. What is this? Oh, my God. I'm opening up PDFs. I don't know. I could be here all fucking day trying to find it. There's a ton. I even got the PDF on how to install the chimney thing. That's crazy. What is this? Oh, this is redacted. is that? Oh, that's a... I know what that is. That's from the Black Vault. What is this one? Nope, that's Pine Bush. Oh my God, it just updated. There's so many PDFs on here. It might be easier just to look for it. My computer's going crazy. All right, let me just try to find it. Was it 2024? No, this is not it. It's an important document. I'm gonna have to do it this way. That's not it. It might be really hard to find this document. My computer's still looking. I sent it to Rich. What is this? This is 4 days ago. I know, it's nice and cold in here, right?
Yeah, the refrigerator.
AB said he tried to call you.
AB?
Yeah.
He's full of shit. Turn the light on in the Elizabeth's room.
Or here.
I mean, in the living room. They did it, try out what they done.
Damn it. I gotta find this document.
Huh?
Nothing.
Amy's cares a lot. All the time. He's always there.
This is just bringing up way too many PDFs.
¿Tiene un cigarrillo?
I do not. Give me a minute. I'm gonna get off soon because I gotta eat. I'm freaking out.
Uno, what?
I have to eat soon. I haven't eaten all day and I've been up since 7.
You act like you're a little child.
Oh shit, I found it. On my computer. This might be hard to find. Oh shit.
Come on, Tycho, let's go for a walk. Out of here.
This is it. I fucking found it.
Ay, Dios mío, Señor. Aquí yo me bajo.
Ma, please.
What, Billy?
I'm live right now.
But I'm not doing nothing.
Okay.
I almost fell over here because this is something in the way.
I know.
And it's dark. That's why.
I need to make this bigger. I found it. Let me just see the date. Yep, September 12th, 2024. A lot of people didn't catch wind of this. They changed from the Atomic Energy Act of 54. They made some revisions about the special access, SAPs. This is very important on trying to get information to those SAPs, whether they're acknowledged or unacknowledged, and for people to try to get access to them with the right clearance. This was cleared for public release. And there is a website. I'm going to see if I can make this bigger. Then I'm going to get off and eat. But look what they did. Oh, shit. Okay, I zoomed in as much as I could. This was September 12th of last year. I'm going to shut that air off. Tycho, I know. You're going to drive me crazy. I know. Now, this is an actual document. This is an actual document that I downloaded, and I'm so glad I downloaded it because it's really hard to find it now. But there's some interesting verbiage in here. It's all about the SAPs, Department of Defense, SAPs. Okay. The vulnerability or threat to specific information is exceptional and collateral security requirements are deemed insufficient or. So they gotta, who has access to it? And look at the military connection. And maintain enduring military advantages for the current and future joint force. Just like what the document said in John Burroughs' response that he got from the MOD. DoD components will integrate these capabilities and sets of information across the joint force and will maximize prompt appropriate apportionment of SAP capabilities, blah, 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 blah. Look at this. The DoD will have SAP oversight authorities to oversee SAPs from which the OA has responsibility. So the OA is the person in charge for oversight. Where is it? The Deputy of Defense. I can only imagine what could be going on in this administration with this. Oh my God. With the people that are in there now. Foreign governments. Hold on, I'm looking for the juicy stuff because it's in here. Executive, judicial, legislative, blah, blah, blah. Remember, this is recent. This is the new things they added to it. To protect it. I'm looking for the language. It's coming soon. These are the roles. All the stuff you have to go through to get access. And who's in charge of making that decision. Where is it? It's coming. There's a lot in here. legal advice. Blah, 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 blah. Come on, let's get to it. There's a lot of language in here. Where the hell is it? It's probably to the top. I might have missed it. Here's an important part right here. Initial access to DoD SAPs will be strictly controlled based on broad collaboration and shared risk within the SAP enterprise. Access to a SAP will be strictly limited to the minimum number of personnel necessary. So need to know. That's what that means. Need to know. Access to a SAP will, okay, I read that. Granting initial access to a SAP will be based solely upon the determination that the individual has a valid need to know, has the necessary security clearance, meets approved personnel security prerequisites, will contribute to the program execution or oversight. Look at this right here. All personnel access to DoD SAPs will notify the director and all these other people, directors, in a timely fashion when briefing or providing DoD SAP material to any member of Congress or their staff. No DoD contractor entity, contractor employee, contractor representative, or consultant will provide SAP material to any members of Congress or their staff without director approval. So that's the governance of it. So in other words, you ain't gonna see shit if they tell you you're not gonna see anything. It's not happening. And it has to go through a lot of channels. And unless you do have that, I mean, there's so much that they did to make sure that people will not see this stuff. And they can, there's a part in the top that says even the president, the executive branch, can be denied access. Can you believe that? They're trying to protect this shit any way they can. And there is a piece of that. That's what I was trying to look for in the up. It's up here more, I think. So this is serious stuff. And it's in here somewhere toward the top. I remember it was toward the top. All national security. That's all you see. National security. Blah, 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 blah. They made sure that they covered all their bases with this. I know it's up here. Shit, where is it? It'll say executive, legislative, polygraph. I mean, my gosh. Top secret. Here it is. DoD primary point of contact for SAP matters with agencies of the executive branch, judicial branch, and the legislative branch, including support to SAP congressional meetings, hearings, and responses to congressional inquiries unless otherwise specified by statute or regulation. They make the decision whether the executive branch, judicial, legislative, including support to SAP congressional meetings, hearings, and responses to congressional inquiries, unless otherwise specified by statute or regulation. So they're saying, we have to give you approval. Look, under the authority, direction, and control of the Deputy Secretary of Defense, the Director, DoD, SAPCO, they are designated the people that are in charge of making the decisions, execution, management, administration, oversight, and governance. look at this. They break it all down. This is the foreign government's part. Like our allies and all that stuff. DOD SAPs, and it goes into the whole thing. So that's why I say the public, good luck. I don't give a shit if it's a hearing. I don't care what it is. They can stop them because it's a SAP need to know, and you have to have clear need to know. And they want as few people as possible to know about what's going on that only have an important direct relevance to deal with that specific project. Think about that. That's an important document. That was September of last year. They made this addition because it's been added and revised. That's just amazing. So, because, people were trying to get access to information, congressional members, into a SCIF. Well, guess what? If we don't think you need to know, you're not going to know. If you don't meet the classification requirements. And that's why at a hearing, I don't know if it was Nancy Mace or Luna brought up the thing, they're overclassifying stuff, so we can't get access to it because they don't have the classification to go to a SCIF to look at it. So you have to pick up on all these little things that are going on in the background. And this is an important part of that. So they can shut you down. They can shut people in Congress, the president. If they think it's that classified, need to know. Unless, for example, if the president has something that directly involves an SAP program that is a threat to national security, he'll get that access. But it has to be specific. Otherwise, they're not going to talk about it. And how would they know? Remember, it's as clear as day. Right here. Need to know. Has the necessary security clearance. Meets approved personnel security prerequisites. Will contribute to program execution or oversight. Look, determination of the need to know will consider an individual's role and potential participation in a separate but related SAPs to enable collaboration and facilitate greater innovation. Personnel with need to know may be access to similar information throughout the SAP architecture. And that, something what they said at the hearing is true. You might have clearance to one area of research, but you don't know what the hell is going on in the other areas of research because you don't have the need to know. And they have all personnel access to DoD SAPs will notify the director and all these other directors in a timely fashion when briefing or providing DoD SA material to any member of Congress or their staff. And there it goes. No DoD contractor, entity, contractor, employee, contractor, representative, or consultant will provide SAP material to any members of Congress or their staff without director, DoD, SAP, CO approval. So right there, they could shut down Congress. Right there. If they don't think Congress needs to know, you're not knowing. It's that simple. That's a big addition. That's the frustration that Congress men and women are having trying to get access to it because they could simply be told, you don't have a need to know. You don't have the clearance. You're not seeing it. So you think the public is going to see it in a disclosure hearing? Really? It's classified. There's no freaking way. No way. Congress can't even get their hands on it or see it. You think the public's going to see it? And all this other bullshit that's out there. Oh, this source said this source said that. There's this video, there's that. Until it's released, because it's got a classification to it, it's dealing with technology that we're developing in Lockheed Martin. So we're going to release the video showing this technology to the whole fucking world? and our adversaries and our allies and everything else. I mean, people, get a grip, because it's not going to happen. And if it did happen, you're talking possible treasonous charges. So how realistic is it? Not much. That's why I don't put a lot of weight into it, because I know this stuff is going on in the background. Unless you know and do your homework and know exactly what's going on, that alone, that document I just showed you alone puts not happening. Unless the person wants to go to jail, prison, federal prison. It's classified. How are you going to do that? Again, for attention, for an interesting story, a video exists of the Tic Tac. It's in its third iteration. You know, wow. Burleson says there's a video from a source that of this Tic Tac in Lockheed Martin. How much other shit is going on in aerospace companies in the military-industrial complex that we don't know about, that is secret, classified? So we're going to just start leaking what they're doing? I mean, come on. That shit makes 0 sense. That's why I don't buy it at all. And you got to be careful when you speak. Now, who knows? Maybe this will develop into something. But I'm sure Lockheed Martin wouldn't want that shit coming out. And what about the money invested in this? I mean, come on. It's so irresponsible. And it's fun to speculate. It may be fun to talk about. Wow. But like I said, and this is, John and I have talked about this, and I've talked about this with so many other people. The utter frustration about these hearings that are nothing, worthless, garbage. They're garbage without evidence. They are garbage without evidence. You can't have people sitting in a panel and saying, well, someone told me, showed me this, that, this, without putting anything. Well, where's the evidence? Oh, we can't discuss that in a public forum. We have to discuss this in a classified hearing. So if it's in a classified hearing, is the public going to know about it? They're going to see it? They're going to be like, same old, same old. They know something. They're not telling us, but they know something because it's national security. They might be able to get access to some of the answers, but we sure won't. They might be able to see something in a classified hearing, like a video or something, if they have the classification clearance to do it. But we won't see that. So it's that's what I mean. It's not even worth my time, because it's never going to be shown to the public unless it's leaked. But that source, if one person knows the source, other people will probably know the source by now too, because word of mouth goes around quick. So that source is very vulnerable, if it's true. Lawyer up. So, you know, you got to take everything, like I said, with a grain of salt until you see evidence. I am so tired. And I even told people that may appear at future hearings. A lot of whistleblowers are backing out because they don't want to put themselves in this position. I can tell you that. Would you, anyone that's watching right now, would you put yourself out there and your family and the threats, intimidation, and people trying to discredit you, all that negative bullshit that's going to come attached at appearing as a whistleblower in a hearing, would you do it without some kind of evidence to back up what you're saying? Or just another story? Or the famous line, I can discuss this behind closed doors in a classified setting. Do you want to put yourself through that? The public's going to look at you like another person that's full of shit. There's nothing to see here. There's no evidence being presented. None. Not even a shredded piece of paper. Not even a document. So what is the public supposed to think of that? It's just another story. Ooh, it's impressive. This person was part of the military in this capacity, or this person held this position in government, a high-ranking official. Who gives a fuck? We don't even know if they're telling the truth. But at a hearing, under oath, take that for what it's worth too. But without evidence to back up what they're saying, it's just another story. How are we supposed to take that? We're supposed to trust them? Do people trust government now, in general? I would say the vast majority of Americans would say no. So how are we supposed to trust based on what they're just saying? Without showing anything to back it up. It makes no sense. It's like, why waste my time? Oh, this sounds interesting. This is something we could talk about for the next 3 months. That's what you're interested about? Just being able to talk about this for months to come? Every opinion, every theory. I mean, really? Speculation or proof? Or evidence? I go for the latter. And don't get me wrong, I'm as fascinated as anyone when I hear these little things coming out, like, that's interesting. Did you hear about this? What this person says or claims? What do you think? It's a topic of discussion. But that's about it. Did you hear about this video that's out there? Supposedly of the Tic Tac? Lockheed Martin's been working on? It's just annoying to beyond. Now, I would like to bring the scientist on to discuss this Lockheed Martin Tic Tac, which this person told me long time ago, and get their opinion about this. Because that's all it is. It's an opinion. Because we have nothing else to go on. That's the shit that's frustrating. How do you go on something when you haven't seen any evidence? It makes for an interesting discussion, right? That's about it. So that's how I look at all of this. Now, they, like John said, they may issue subpoenas to appear at a hearing, which are considered hostile witnesses because they have to issue a subpoena to do so, to get them there. But don't you dare call me for a subpoena me unless you're going to want to know. And if you know my case and you want me to come in front of you and talk about it, well, guess what? You better have something on your end to show in relation to my case that you want to dig into. Because you're not going to put me out to burn because there's something else that you want me to, that's crazy. Could you imagine that? It's almost like they're setting you up to say something and providing nothing till after the fact. And they may try to discredit the person just based on that. To say there's nothing to see here. What this person says, oh, we got proof. This was this. This is not what they say it is. Just to discount them, discredit them. I want my lawyer. I want to know what the hell. Do you know what I mean? Exactly. That's all they want to do is keep the fire going. That's it. Just throw in some more. Keep it burning. Don't let it go out. Here's another little thing out there for people to mess around with. I mean, okay, let's put it this way. Maybe we should get Burleson, the congressman, to take the oath in a hearing. Did you see this video? Do you know, like, get into his whole part of this? How were you contacted about this video from your source? Is the source a person employed by Lockheed Martin? How did the source obtain this video? Is it through legal means? Obviously not. You could cut this off right off. Done. Toast. Done. There's so much liability here. So they need to be more careful when they speak publicly about things and putting this out there in the public, realizing the ramifications of doing so and where that could lead for them personally. Because I don't know if he slipped or if he just said that word of mouth out of his mouth. Yeah, I've seen a video. Or did he say, I heard from a source there's a video? Oh, so you heard from a source there's a video. Have you seen the video? Or is this source telling you a video exists? Have you collaborated? I mean, have you corroborated that? Have you seen the video? Do you know that the video is real? Those are the questions I would ask, right? Makes sense. You don't just let them off the hook like that by putting something out there and teasing without digging in more about the reliability and the credibility of such video. But I'm sure there's other people running around doing it. Oh shit, there's a video. Allegedly. Remember, you got to use the word allegedly. They do it on the news all the time, right? Allegedly, there is this. If they don't put the word alleged, because there's no real proof that that video is real, or if the video even exists. Allegedly, because there's no evidence. Right? And that's another thing. Do you know how many content creators lie that they've had an experience or said they've seen something so they can just be part of the narrative and the conversation and be relevant? Do you realize how much that happens? All of a sudden, they're an experiencer. All of a sudden, they've seen a fucking UFO. They never mentioned it before, but all of a sudden now they have. Oh, but I really didn't want to talk about it for so many years. I've been holding on. Give me a break. I smell bullshit on that so much. Or stories change, exaggerated. They get like, I never heard that one. That's new. The story shifts. There are a few. Like I always say, Travis is number one on my list. I am 100% behind Travis. Maybe one day I may be wrong, but I know the man. I personally spent much time with him. I believe Travis Walton 100%. And I can't say that about many. Because, again, I look at shit objectively. I'm looking at everything that's going on. I'm not just going to jump on a bandwagon without doing research first or looking into it more. I'm not going there. That shit is irresponsible. Like, something happened at Rendlesham. It wasn't a fucking lighthouse. You don't suffer from medical illnesses from a lighthouse. And all the other stupid shit that's out there. And the government has acknowledged it, like I said, with John. And John has said it, he mentioned it earlier. They acknowledged it. He and Adrian were acknowledged that they were affected by something that happened at Rendlesham, the government. And they fought. I know John did. Through McCain's office. And got the coverage that he needed to take care of his medical issue. And he fought hard for that. And there's a lot of other people out there that are still trying. But it's classified. Your information, your medical records are classified. You have to get access to that. Good luck. So there, John, 100%. Now, you know, you hear all the different takes on what happened. And, I mean, Peniston, Burroughs, Bustinza, Holt, a few others. You know, there's different stuff going on, different interpretations. But that's from their own personal view of their experience. Sometimes when everybody's saying the same story, that makes me suspicious. But from a person's independent point of view of what they experienced could be totally different from what the other person experienced. And then to clamp down on this, and because I'm sure, I never asked John, I'm sure he signed paperwork signing off not to discuss it. I'm sure he signed an NDA, something. I never asked him. I can't believe I never asked him that. And then I'm going to get off. I have to ask him that one question. I don't want to bother the guy because I'm driving him crazy. I'm driving the poor guy crazy. Yeah, he's not going to pick up. He knows I'm driving him nuts. I got to hang up. I ain't going to bother him. Fuck no. I'm going to call Toby. Toby might know. He's working along with John on the book, upcoming book. They have a fucking pre-record right now with Martin. Oh my God, I forgot. Oh my God. They're pre-recording with Martin Willis for his show for Tuesday. Are you still pre-recording? Did I bother you with Martin?
Yeah, you interrupted our pre-record, Bill.
No, for real. Don't tell me that. Did I?
The whole show, you just fucked up the whole show, dude.
Don't tell me that. Are you tell me the truth.
No, we're done. We're just talking.
Oh, dude, I'm alive right now. Because I forgot. Did John, after the Rendlesham incident, sign any NDAs or anything that he couldn't discuss it? You would know, I think, right?
I don't remember him ever saying that.
See, that's what I don't remember. Were they told they couldn't talk about the incident?
Oh, they were definitely warned not to talk about it. I believe one of the exact quotes was, "Bullets are cheap, they're a dime a dozen."
Really?
Yep.
Interesting. Because I know you're writing the book with him, the one that's coming out in the fall, so that's why I figured maybe you know.
He's never mentioned it to me, but like I said, I can ask him real quick.
Oh, I just tried. I tried to call him, but I hung up because I don't want to bother him. But it's curious because And when if you ask him if he and the others involved signed any paperwork to say that they could not discuss this matter further. I'm sure they did. You know, I would think they were pulled into a room and told not to discuss this and signed off on it. You know?
Yeah, they were taken underground and interrogated for hours.
No shit. That I know. And possibly there was some other stuff involved, which I'm not going to get into. The use of drugs.
That's what's alleged.
Alleged. Correct. Alleged. That's why I don't want to touch that. But when you do talk to him, just let me know.
Okay.
Because I was just thinking about that. I don't know if I ever asked him about that. Anyway, how you doing?
I'm good. Just talking with Martin and John.
All right, go. Let me go. Do your thing.
You want me to ask him real quick?
Go ahead, ask him real quick.
Okay.
No wonder. I knew I called at a bad fucking time. I knew it. Because I was the one who helped set the time up for the freaking pre-record. I should have known better.
Oh, no, you're good. We're done.
Thank God.
Martin was just saying, Bill's going to be happy we finished in 56 minutes.
Oh, good.
These carriers were out training, but they weren't armed. So you test equipment. When you just have to test it, you can't put it on.
That's why he didn't pick up his phone. He's talking to Martin.
Great. John. Yeah, I got Bill on the phone here.
Yeah, Bill, I'll call you right back. We'll just
No, ask him the question.
He was just wanting to know if, after the incident, the Rendlesham incident, you had to sign any NDAs.
not directly to the incident, but we were required to sign NDAs for being there. Sir.
There's your answer.
I got it. All right, later, bro. Tell them I said so. Say hello.
Okay.
Bye. Only about certain specific things. So, not for nothing. Because there's a lot. If there's a case I want to see, and Holt is in his 80s now, I believe. And he's not doing too well health-wise. Wouldn't it be interesting to see Holt, Burroughs, Bustinza, and Peniston, and there are a couple of more actually, on a panel in front of a hearing discussing the events at Rendlesham and what occurred, especially when you have two of those people who suffered from medical injuries, radiation, because the MOD released information to John that they did suffer from some type of radiation effect at Rendlesham. By what? So I would be at that hearing and saying, okay, so is the government willing to come forward with the answer that we're all looking for on what we encountered at Rendlesham in the forest was a result of what? You acknowledge that something happened there. Are you aware? Do you know what happened there? Do you have any information that could be revealed to the public? And I guarantee it'll be shut down so fast. It's classified. But see, I would like to see that exchange between, so that the public could see that kind of exchange, that they're not willing to come forward and put on the spot to say exactly, because something did happen, but they'll never acknowledge it publicly in saying what the cause of it was, because that alone is classified. But that would turn it on them to show you. They're not going to reveal that. They're not going to reveal anything. There's no way. Thank God they finished their pre-record. I set it up for 3 o'clock Eastern. I forgot. Because my mind is racing all over the place. And hello to Cherie and Tony Rathman. So I'm going to do something which I shouldn't do. Here we go. I'm going to get in trouble, right? And then I'm getting the heck off. But this document, remember, this document, the website is here. Let's see if it still exists. I don't know if I can copy it. Supposedly, you can get this information directly from this website right here. I don't know if I'm able to copy this. Allow. I can choose allow. Oh, it took me right to it. Holy cow. How did that just happen? Most downloaded forms, system authorization access request. What the hell did just pop up on my screen? Just from trying to copy this. It's doing it again. That is the website. Well, looky here what just popped up. And you know tracking is totally being done right now. Definite. So when you visit sites like this, just know that. Okay. June 25th. We would have to look it up. I need to save this. But this is where that article, well, that form, that release came from. Directives, DOD. Holy shit. What? Look at, oh my God. Did we open up Pandora's box right now? Oh my God. It was September of 2024. This will be hard to do it. What was the initial directive? Here's a 2024, but that's not it. 1015. Space policy. I wonder what the hell this is. Change effective. Cleared for public release. This is something totally different. See what I mean? This is public domain, though. This is public domain. I'm not going to get in trouble. It's all public domain stuff. There's just too much here. But maybe I could search. Search Executive Service. UAP. No. DOD issuances. No results. Forms, no. No. Nope. That's not what I want. So we got to go back. We got to go back. Well, now where'd the freaking PDF go? Right here. DOD Directive 50. Special Access Program Policy. Okay, Special Access Program. There it is. I'll put this link in chat for you guys, so you can look at it yourselves. Yeah, I'm doing.
Did you see the latest that's coming out now?
Uh-oh, what is it? I'm live still, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
So we'll talk about it later, or unless it's something you want to talk about.
Did you see what just broke? The Javi Loeb said potentially hostile aliens.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, here's the crazy thing, right? The time frame falls right into what the Green Veil talks about.
Oh, see, now that's just bizarre and weird, and that makes it even more.
That's all. That's what I wanted to tell you.
Oh my God, John.
I just finished that other interview with Martin, and when you called, and then my friend just sent this to me, and I just briefly scanned it. But the time frame of this supposedly happening is right when the Green Veil comes to an end.
Wow. Okay. We'll talk more offline.
That's cool.
Listen, how did it go with Martin?
Good. It was a good interview, but
Awesome.
I don't think he's still a nuts and bolts UFO guy. So.
Well, yeah, he is, but he's very, he's honest, direct, and I like that.
I don't mean that in a real negative way.
No, I know. He is. I have a lot of respect for him, the way he approaches it, though.
No, I do, and what I mean is he's not sold yet. Is what I'm trying to tell you. He hasn't gotten enough information to make himself go, wait a minute, this could be more true than what I've been told over the years.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at.
Well, you know what? In time, people will come around to see as things come out. It will make more sense to them in time. Time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, especially since this aliens may be attacking us right when the Green Veil says something might happen. So yeah, that is interesting. It may stir the pot a little bit more.
Oh yeah, dude. I can't wait till the first one airs, and then you and I will go on TikTok or whatever, and we'll have
Yeah.
We'll go over it. Don't forget, I need 2 when you have it.
No, that it's being worked on right now.
I know. When you get it, send it to me, please.
Yeah.
All right, listen, God bless, and we'll talk soon. Bye.
Bye.
John. So, this ties in, I read this earlier, this ties into what's going on. And again, a lot of people are still trying, there's a lot, they're not there yet. They're not there. In time, they might be. I am. Because information that was told to me. And it's, a lot of people are saying, well, just because the Tic Tac is proven to be ours, that doesn't mean anything else is, or anything that else has happened in the past, or flying V's or anything else, A lot of it, I'm just going to shut up for now. But I don't know where the hell I was going from the DOD thing, because I got totally distracted with everything that was going on. But, I was trying to get the link for everybody to look at this document yourselves. And I've shared it in YouTube and on Twitch. So you have the link. You can go read this at your own convenience and read it thoroughly. And just see what they're doing to prevent information from getting out. Forget about the public. They're making it really difficult for anyone in any of the branches to get access to this information. SAPs. So this has flown under the radar. And I would also suggest, which I just bookmarked, and you could click on that link. Look, it's highlighted. It'll bring you right to it. That's up to you if you want to see other things that are going on. There might be a lot of fascinating things you can read here. And remember, this is coming directly from government. Take that for what it's worth. But that's your source for this. What are they saying? What is their interpretation? What their guidelines and policies are? Their directives. It's right here. You don't have to take anyone's word for anything. You shouldn't. You should go directly to the source. And my gosh, there could be a lot of interesting things in here alone. Oh my gosh. Plain language. What is that about? Compliance. Okay. DOD forms. That's just the forms. Air Force. I'm just clicking. Takes you right to the Air Force site. Oh, there's a lot of interesting links here. Oh, this is going to open up so much stuff. Most downloaded forms, most accessed insurance, recent insurances program. Interesting. Most access. Special Access program. What is this? Okay, this is most looked at, but this is old. This is old. Effective date. See, this is going to be, but that's the most accessed issuances. Why? Why is people looking at this a lot? To see what they can do, what they can't do? Special Access Program Security Manual. This is newer. I gotta download this one. I gotta download this one. This is something I've not seen. Holy shit. There's a lot here. Holy shit. Oh my God, there's a lot here. I'm going to have to read this one thoroughly. And cancels. That's an old one. Old. It doesn't cancel out the other one. Oh, I'll put this link for you folks in there too. You might want to look at this. If you're interested in this whole UAP topic. I have not seen this yet. This I already know about the director stuff. This is the same shit. There's a lot here. There's a lot. This is, how many pages is this? You can't see. I'm on my other monitor. Oh my gosh. 118 pages. Wow. This is going to be like reading a book. Establish and maintains a tool to consolidate and track SAP. This is all about security protocols. IT equipment. Component heads. Report any security issues that may result in the loss or compromise of SAP information to the DoD within 48 hours. I bet you that video was reported to them really quick if that video exists. That shit must have been reported really fast because that's an SAP program. That's what they're working on. I wonder if we can even search that as the Lockheed Martin, Tic Tac, and under the SAP. It has to be. Protect all SAP systems and networks with National Security Directive. Holy shit. I'm just skimming. Oversee decisions to suspend, revoke, and reinstate SAP access for personnel, SAPs, and subordinate tiers under their responsibility. Oh, this is all the security protocols. There's too much here to look at. There's just too much here to look at. This is, what is that? What is this? This is all about SAPs. They're really going all out to secure and protect the SAPs. And you think the public is going to get information? They're making sure that this shit doesn't come out. Look at all these protocols. It's just pre-release procedures. I'm looking for keywords. This is foreign. This is foreign nationals. Other countries sharing their shit with us. Foreign. There's a lot here. Just remember, this is all based on security protocols. Safeguarding classified, look at that. It says it right there, section 4. Safeguarding classified information. We should look at the chapters on top. Table of contents. Post-release procedures. Oh my God, this is going to take me a few hours to read. Travel to or from locations outside the United States. Airport screening guidelines for classified material. Destruction. Review and release of information. Holy shit. Public requests for SAP information will be processed pursuant to Section 5. Freedom FOIA, of course. Destruction. Holy shit, the destruction of material, classified material. At a minimum, SAP material must only be destroyed by using approved destruction methods and processes in accordance with this issuance. These processes may be subject to additional guidance by all those directors. Accountable SAP material will be destroyed by 2 SAP brief personnel with access to both the classification level and each SAP included in the material being destroyed except as provided in paragraph blah, blah, blah. Non-accountable SAP material may be destroyed by a single. So there's acknowledged and unacknowledged SAPs. There's different classifications for SAPs. Destroy as soon as possible. All waste containing will be destroyed as soon as possible. Such must not be 30 days. Okay. Classified markings. Cybersecurity. What is this? SATA. What is SATA? Training. SATA training. It has to do with that. Yeah, it's training. I was right. Training. I'm looking at the chapters. This is all, again, regarding security, regarding SAPs. And there's a lot here. Oh my God. Visit procedures. These are contractors. A visit to a government location coordinated to a government office. I'm looking if there's any reference to Congress to a skiff. Look at that. Access may be denied if a visitor arrives at a government or contractor place without the ability to validate requisite SAP accesses. So they got to have the visitor identification validation, visitor escort. Congressional visits. All communication information regarding DODs with congressional members or their staff will be coordinated to the directors. In the event of an unannounced arrival of a congressional delegation, DOD and industry employees access will contact as ever for coordination with the guidance. Also notify this. We should have appropriate SAP access to support the congressional delegations. They could right there deny it right there. They have to contact certain directors and get permission for that congressional delegation to get even access. And if they say no, they're not getting in. So this is something. There's only page 61. There's what, 118? This is deep. This is going to take time to read. Let me just look at the chapters again. Below that, we're down here. Personal vetting. We were just at congressional access requirements. A skiff. Wow, report all official and unofficial foreign travel. Oh, they gotta spill their guts about everything they've done. Any individual who refuses to sign SAP access probably will not be granted. Wow, there's a lot of security measures they're putting in place for this stuff, which they should. But this is like really. Foreign travel. Yeah, this is pretty intense. There's a lot of information here. And again, you go to this site, you can get access to a lot of stuff. I never even knew that existed. That's recent. That's of January 17th of this year. The most access issuances this past last month, and that's one of them. Cybersecurity is on that list too. Recent publications. Anti-terrorism supports of forest protection. Holy shit. Accessing, processing data collection forms. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. And this is just a tip. This is just going to May. I can't even imagine. Can you, I mean, if you really were somebody to go to all this stuff, there's a lot here. It's all Department of Defense. But how do, stop. But there has to be sort table by clicking column headers. Click on the description link to open the PDF. Click on the calendar to switch to a monthly calendar icon. Where's the calendar icon? Right there. Oh shit. What is this? I'm not going to get into this right now. There's just too much to do right there. There's a lot. And like I said, I didn't know about that other one. I knew about the one I showed everybody earlier. I didn't know there was a newer one related to UAP. And probably a lot of people don't do the research like this, which is kind of sad. Research is important. I'm looking at other areas. Recent publications, the assurances for the documents. What? Issuance date. Holy shit, it goes way back to then. Holy shit, it goes back decades. Holy shit. Oh my God, I gotta bookmark this. What is that? This is all public domain. Missile Defense System Acquisition Policy. This is more recent. See the dates? And then they go up. These are directives. Holy shit. There's the special access one. The one we were just reading, I showed you. It's here. What is that? I mean, this is like scary to even look at. It's like, oh my God. Cleared for public release, see? So I'm not doing anything. It's public. Effective April 25th. I don't know what this is. Mission. To develop, deploy, and support a layered missile defense system. To defend it. This might be what the president was talking about. The dome. This might have been what he was referencing. The president has designated the position of director. Is recommended to the president by the... Okay. The director will be appointed for a term not fewer than 2 and not more than 4 years by the Secretary of Defense. Oh, this is interesting shit right here. Responsibilities. Relation. Resource have. Authorities. Okay, has there been anybody assigned to the MDA? Let's find out. New. Oh, wait a minute. I don't have to save that bookmark. New MDA director. I spelled director wrong. Oh, man. Missile. Oh, my God. Missile Defense Agency Director. I think that's where we just were. Oh. He's the present one. That's him. This person is the MDA, is responsible for managing, directing, and executing the missile defense program. The President and Congress rely on the leadership to provide guidance to carry out the mission entrusted to them. So he is the one. Present. That's him. See what a little digging can do? See that? What a little digging can do. This led me on a whole trail. Come on, Tycho. I'll take you out now. So I'm going to eat, then I'll take you out. Actually, I'm going to take you out first, then I'm going to eat. I have not had anything to eat all day. I wouldn't doubt if I dropped weight just sitting here. I'm down to 177 now. Woo-wee! So he's the one. Lieutenant General Heath Collins. And they can serve no less than 2 years and no more than 4. And then the Secretary of Defense recommends someone to the President. So this just took me all over the place. And that is him. And here are the people who served before him. Wow. Wow. That was the one we just hit. What is this? Effective 2025. So this is connected. The Missile Defense System, MDS. Hypersonic Defense. They just did a test with one that was outrageous. See, I love all this stuff. There was one that just happened. We gotta go past month. Yeah, they are behind the Russians and the Chinese. The Russians are really going wild with this, and so are the Chinese. Oh, that's good. 2027 test planned. Stop putting this shit on ships. That's good. That's good. I thought this was one that was controlled. I believe, wasn't it? Wow. Okay. Interesting. That is freaking interesting. Ah. I can't show that on YouTube. Uh-oh. So they're planning to put that, the hypersonics, on this. And this all is coming from that director. It all came from this. That's why this could take a long time to dig. And what I'm about to go dig in is some food. I've been streaming for hours and I am so hungry. And I gotta take somebody outside. What's up, Bob? You know that I was gonna go bike riding today in a new trail, which I did extensive research on. I'm going to New York City Friday. It's supposed to be beautiful weather. I am going to go over the George Washington Bridge with the bike and do the trail. And then Saturday, I'm going to do the one I found today. The baby's right here. The baby is right there. The baby. Is it the baby? Gavaca. I know what you want. You want to go outside the babies. Right? Yes, you do. He's right here. He's not going to leave me alone until I take him out. We were supposed to get storms, but they're hit or miss. We have smoke from Canada, though. It's nasty out there. That's why I have all the doors closed. Everything. There's really not much out there right now. There is one potentially coming my way. A little pop-up. Cell. Maybe. It's nothing impressive on the radar. Maybe this cell. They're heading southeast at an angle down. There's not much there. I should actually do the other one. That radar sucks. We need rain badly here. We need rain badly. It hasn't rained at all here. We definitely need it. Okay, let me put my thing. There's nothing here. Future radar's not even showing anything. Nope, done. That's horrid. It's not even going to make it here. They're going to fizzle out. And then bye-bye. If I get a shower, I'll be lucky out of this. Look at those storms down here. You see the main area is here. Wow, look at those storms lining up down there. Even New York City. But not here. We're too far north. So nope. Doesn't look like it's going to be stormy here at all. We need the rain. It's like I'm wishing for it to storm here. I couldn't go out anyway because of the smoke. There is so many fires in Canada right now. I looked earlier at the Canadian wildfire map. There are so many. It's not good. I know. It's like 500 and something fires. It was crazy. That's not the map I had before. Fuck. Okay, this one will work. It's not the one I had. That's the one I had. Okay, that's the interactive. I'm gonna get sick if I don't eat soon. Yeah, this is the one. It's not good. There are a lot of fires going on. And some of that smoke is making its way this way, but the weather pattern's going to change. We won't get the smoke, but it's been coming down. There's a lot going on here. My gosh, look at that. By you, it's not too bad. There's one here. Under control. For this one. This one's out of control. So the reds are out of control. There's a lot of red on that map. Out of control. A lot. That's a lot of fires. So, wow. Anyway, I need to get the heck off. How long have I been streaming? 7 hours. Are you kidding me? 7 hours. I need to go. Anyway, everybody, have a great rest of your night, evening. I'm out of here. I got to go eat, walk him, take care of some business here. I'm going to make myself a nice big antipasto salad. Yummy. Diced ham, Genoa salami, Swiss cheese, black olives, pepperoncini peppers, tomatoes, cherry tomatoes, no cucumber. Of course, salad. And I'm going to make my own, Caesar knows this, my own oil and vinegar dressing, balsamic vinegar, olive oil, seasonings. Oh, I'm going to go to town in a few minutes and just chill out and relax. But go check out the bike video. It was pretty good yesterday. Anyway, love to everyone. Be well, be blessed, be safe. See everybody soon. Until then.